Chapter 643. Why not? Shouldn't humans be united now? Right. When there's trouble, we should help if we can. Anyway, if we just need workers, it's not that difficult. Wu Qingyue replied with a faint smile. As far as I know, the important figures of the remnants of this new base are the family members of the leader of the original Netherworld King's base, Hellfire Lin Qiao. Besides Lin Qiao, her family members all survived. The ones in charge of the base now are Lin Qiao's elder brother, Lin Feng, and the deputy leader, Yuan Tianqing, who was originally Lin Qiao's right-hand man. However, these two people are only at level 6 now. That Yuan Tianqing is about to break through. But I heard that there's a mysterious person in that group called Miss Lu. Right? Leader Wu. Lan Lu spoke up and looked at Wu Qingyue. A dark light flashed in Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes, and then he replied indifferently, Miss Lu. Oh, there's indeed a Miss Lu, but she's nothing mysterious. In the past, she was just a woman with bad intentions. She's quite beautiful, but her heart is too ugly. She's called Lu Tianyu, you can go and check. I heard that she was almost killed, but for some reason, she's fine. Although I don't know how she got mixed up with those people from Netherworld King's base, she's not someone to be concerned about. Oh, Lu Tianyu. I've heard of this woman. She's one of the two most beautiful goddesses in Sea City. Oh no, one is a goddess, and the other is a goddess. Ha ha ha, although her character is bad and her heart is vicious, I heard that she has a good figure and a beautiful face. It's just that she's been played with by too many people. It's a pity. When Li Xingye heard Lu Tianyu's name, he was a little excited. Oh, so she's from Sea City. Lan Lu smiled at this time, but didn't say anything. At this time, Hou Guizhong and Lai Qingkong returned. The two of them silently walked behind Xikong Qin and the others while no one was paying attention. How is it? Xikong Qin tilted his head slightly, but his eyes were looking straight ahead as he asked softly. We're still investigating. Hou Guizhong leaned behind him and replied in a low voice. Xikong Chen's originally serious face darkened after hearing his reply. He frowned and asked, Why are you so slow? I don't feel anything abnormal, it's just the zombies. Hou Guizhong replied in a low voice. Xikong Chen frowned and went silent for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and told him to leave. On the other side, Lai Qingkong also exchanged a few words with Lu Jinan before retreating to the back. Just like that, everyone chatted with each other. They were no longer in a hurry. They relaxed and chatted for an hour. Okay, now everyone look, the effect of the preliminary product has shown. Hu Xiong suddenly stood up, walked to the front of the glass, and said to the square below. Only then did everyone's attention was drawn over. Of course, most of them were already staring downwards. They had already noticed the change in the situation, it was just that they didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, the 200 zombies in the cage below the base began to stiffly fall down like pillars. In just a few seconds, the 10-meter-wide net cage was filled to the brim with food. But very quickly, these stiff zombies began to rot. A stench immediately gushed out and rushed up the surrounding high walls. When these zombies fall down, they lose the maintenance of the virus biochemical energy. Their flesh and blood will immediately turn into a puddle of thick liquid. Hu Xiong then pointed at the large pile of corpses below and said. Because everyone was sitting 2 to 3 meters away from the glass, they couldn't help but stand up and walk over to look down. A large puddle of dirty black liquid was seeping out from the corpses below. And those corpses had all become skeletons. The bones that had been mutated by the virus were, of course, not the normal white color, but brown. But don't worry, this liquid will no longer carry the zombie virus. So you don't have to worry about this dirty water. At most, it will pollute the environment a little. Hu Xiong continued. He looked at everyone's expression and saw that everyone was just calmly looking down without any other expression. Hu Xiong then began to introduce the second type of drug, then next, we will show the second stage of the antidote. The second stage of the drug has a greater development in terms of the time and the corresponding target. That is, after burning it and throwing it into a group of zombies, after 10 minutes, the effect will immediately appear. Moreover, it is not only effective on ordinary zombies, it is also effective on rank 2 and 3 zombies. But for rank 2 zombies, the effect will only appear after half an hour. For rank 3 intelligent zombies, the effect will only appear after 2 hours. Of course, the first stage of the drug only has an effect on ordinary zombies. The second stage of the drug was indeed much better than the first stage of the drug. In terms of time and the corresponding target, it was indeed very effective on the zombies. But, what about the range and quantity? Wu Qingyue asked. Range, within 100 meters. The quantity, of course, is not limited. As long as the zombies that enter this range and are rank 3 or below, it will immediately be effective. When Hu Xiong said this, the smile on his face became very proud. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Just as he was introducing the second type of potion, the people in the plaza quickly cleaned up the scene. In fact, a large amount of powder was suddenly sprayed from above, and then the bones inside were removed. The underground sewage was sucked dry by the powder, leaving behind a pool of gray traces. Then soon, a metal element psychic used the metal cage to begin to isolate the square into 3 parts. And the unconscious human was still hanging in the middle of the division. Soon, the people below opened up another hole in the ground of the 3 isolation areas, and then quickly evacuated and sealed it. The people from the major bases, with their eyes, could also measure the length and width of the 3 iron mesh isolation areas below, adding up to a range of 100 meters. This time, the zombies did not rush out of the hole after opening up the ground. It was only after a few minutes that the zombies rushed out from inside. Obviously, there was an unknown number of zombies hidden under the ground of this place. After the zombies came out, they immediately rushed to the unconscious human. Of course, the scene in the 3 areas was different. The position where the human was hanging in the middle was still ordinary zombies. These zombies had simple thinking, they did not know how to jump or run, they only knew to reach up and grab. But the 2 sides were different, as soon as they came out, they immediately fought. Chapter 644. But because there were too many of them, the level 2 and 3 zombies gave up fighting and rushed to the iron net in the middle, grabbing the iron net and climbing up. However, as soon as one climbed up, it was immediately pulled down by another and climbed up again. Although the level 2 zombies were as flexible as humans, their brains were not as good. They only cared about climbing up, regardless of whether they grabbed the iron net or their own kind. On the other hand, the level 3 zombies were busy. They either deliberately stopped their own kind or were pulled down by their own kind. At this time, the staff on the wall took a potion and directly threw it down in the middle, then threw a fireball at the same time. Bang dash, when the fireball and the potion collided, it exploded. Hu Xiong picked up a lavender potion from the tray in the hands of the staff next to him and said to everyone, "This is the finished product of the second stage, it can also be said to be the finished product of the preliminary test." He introduced it while following the changes below. When the potion exploded, the level 2 and level 3 zombies obviously had a reaction, unlike the ordinary zombies who didn't feel anything. The level 2 zombies' reaction was to stop moving, then they all stopped moving. The level 3 zombies were like a group of mice that was splashed with boiling water, and immediately retreated to the far side of the wall. The smell of the potion gave them a strong sense of crisis, but the speed at which they retreated was slower than the speed of the potion. So when they retreated to the side of the wall, they immediately began to become dispirited. Lin Qiao, who was standing on the top of the wall, had a slightly serious expression. Because the smell of the second potion, although it didn't have any actual effect on her, it made her feel a slight sense of resistance in her heart. It was very uncomfortable. Sure enough, the scientific research technology of the Huaxia base was still very dangerous to her. Although this time she instigated Lin Kuei to kill a research team, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be others to replace them. It seemed that she still had to destroy the data. After 10 minutes, the ordinary zombies immediately began to react. And the level 2 and level 3 zombies quietly stopped, as if the pause button was pressed. Although it couldn't directly melt the level 3 zombies to death, it could stop their movements. This effect was also very attractive. Finally, the third stage of the third potion came out. The zombie level corresponding to the effect had already reached level 4. Moreover, the range and duration were both expanded and shortened. At the moment the number 3 potion is thrown out, it can turn all zombies below level 3 into sewage. Moreover, the range of the potion could be expanded to 1,000 meters. The corresponding terms of exchange are all on the list. It's the same for everyone. As long as you pay a sufficient price, you can exchange for the antidote. However, let me clarify this number. For the sake of fairness, the maximum number of antidotes we can exchange for each base is limited. The maximum limit is also written on the list, Lu Jinan said to everyone after detoxification was done. I didn't expect that number 2 and 3 of you would provide such a large quantity, Lan Lu said. When they checked the list before, they found that the number of antidotes that could be exchanged for number 2 and number 3 antidotes was actually several times more than the first trial. In other words, the information they received before was covered up and not true. Oh, this. It's just a first trial. Of course, we won't waste too much resources on developing it, so of course the quantity won't be too much. Hu Xiong smiled and said. You Chinese are really greedy. You obviously have the ability to grow food and make weapons, but you still want to plunder so much from us. Isn't this exchange a little too expensive? Wu Qingyue said with a smile. You're too greedy. Everyone knew that this price was definitely an exorbitant price from China. Originally, if his plan succeeded, and he transferred the experimental zombies and lied that they were stolen, even if everyone had any objections, they wouldn't express it directly. At most, they would go back and think about it. However, now that the matter was exposed, of course, everyone had to seize this opportunity. Leader Wu, you have to think about it. We have more than 2 million people to feed. Just the production of our own crops is not enough to feed them. Of course, you can use the equivalent number of zombie cores to exchange. It's also written on the list that zombie cores are priority items. Lu Jinan replied calmly with a smile. Although your antidote seems to be very good, the price is also not something we can afford. Looks like we still have to think about it. Lan Lu also laughed and said that he was poor. It's okay. This display is just to let everyone know the effect of the antidote. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Also, the exchange is still valid. The antidote is here. You can exchange it whenever you want. Lu Jinan replied calmly with a smile. Ha! Isn't it limited? Why do we still have to trade in the future? Lu Zhuofeng asked in confusion. Of course it's limited. We don't have a lot of antidote in our storage. But we will continue to make more in the future. Lu Jinan said. In the future. Lu Zhuofeng looked at him strangely. Wait, your experimental zombies have all run away. How are you going to make more in the future? Lu Jinan looked at him and didn't say anything. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Hu Zhiyong. Oh, we are currently searching for this special zombie. I think this type of zombie is definitely not the only one. In the future, we can find other similar types to replace it. Maybe the effect will be different, but the price will be recalculated. Of course, we will not give up on finding the escaped experimental zombies. Hu Zhiyong replied calmly. So that's how it is. The others nodded in understanding. Also, we have a batch of blood that we just extracted from the experimental zombie. We can still make another batch of antidote. At this time, Hu Zhiyong smiled confidently. Everyone looked at him in surprise again. You guys still have this trick up your sleeves. No wonder even after the zombie ran away, they could still hold the exhibition as if nothing had happened. Not long after the second antidote was released, Lin Qiao changed his position and sneaked into the second floor. At this time, when he heard everyone's conversation and looked at the calm faces of the Chinese leaders, he couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. He didn't know how these people would react, and the research building disappeared in a few days. Want to find a replacement zombie? It's not that easy to find one. So just like that, after the antidote exhibition ended, people from all the major bases began to send people back to their own bases to prepare. Chapter 645. The leaders of the major bases continued to stay in China, waiting for their people to bring the trade items. That night, Lin Qiao quietly appeared in Wu Qingyue's room. She carried Wu Yueling out, put her on the floor, and looked at Wu Qingyue. She's returned to you. I didn't expect China to hide the information on number 2 and 3 so well. After letting go of Wu Yueling, Lin Qiao sat on the sofa next to him. You let that zombie kill the entire China virus research team. This is a big loss. If you are found out, China will not let you go. Wu Qingyue hugged Wu Yueling, who was running towards him, and said to Lin Qiao with a smile. Why did I let him? This is just his own will, it's not wrong for him to take revenge. Lin Qiao glanced at him. With her current identity, even if she did not do anything, if one day she was found out, wouldn't she still be treated as an enemy? Hidden Cloud City and Qingshan Base are now watching your new base, you should restrain yourself. Wu Qingyue looked at her. I know. Lin Qiao shrugged, then stood up and waved to Wu Yueling. Okay, I'm leaving. Little one, bye. Wu Yueling raised her hand and waved to Lin Qiao. After Lin Qiao disappeared, she turned her head and looked at Wu Qingyue. What's wrong? Wu Qingyue saw her gaze and couldn't help but ask her curiously. Wu Yueling did not pay attention to him, but lowered her head and climbed to the sofa next to Wu Qingyue. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest, and her cute little face was slightly frowning, not knowing what she was thinking. Wu Qingyue looked at his daughter blankly, and found that she was actually thinking about something. He let out a sigh of relief, as long as it was not a relapse. But after spending time with the female zombie, it should not be a relapse, and she seemed to be in a good mood. But now he could not guess what his daughter was thinking. If Wu Qingyue knew what Wu Yueling was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. Because at this time, Wu Yueling was thinking that she wanted her zombie mom to stay by her father's side. That way, she could be with her zombie mom every day and see her every day. But how can I let daddy and mama be together? Wu Yueling looked up at Wu Qingyue in confusion. Wu Qingyue looked at her reaction curiously. After seeing her raise her head and glance at him, she lowered her head and continued to think about something. From time to time, he would furrow his brows with a distressed expression. Wu Yueling thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh right, why don't I ask little man next time? Young man must have a way. After entering the space, Lin Qiao directly summoned Lu Tianyi in front of the small building. After becoming zombies, everyone basically did not sleep. Hence, other than Ling Xiantong, who was sleeping in the room that Lin Qiao had arranged for him, everyone else was still moving around freely. Lin Ran was curiously exploring her space. First, he came out of the small building. After circling around the small building, he looked at the surroundings and felt very surprised. He thought that it would be empty after he came out, but it turned out that it was not. This was because there was land, a lake, a grassland, and a strange forest outside the building. Behind the small building, there were 3 small spaces that were filled with zombies. There were also many things planted on the ground in front of the building. Strawberries, vegetables, pumpkins, potatoes, rice, wheat and other grains. This was a small-scale cultivation base. After passing through those plantations, there was a mountain of resources in front of them. It was almost the size of 2 large granaries. He finally believed that this female zombie might really be the leader of a base. Otherwise, why would they store so many resources? After entering the forest, he immediately felt 2 hostile auras, as if he had stepped into someone else's territory. Kuei stopped and looked at the zombie dog. Strangely. He then raised his head and looked in the direction of the tree on the other side. There was a huge black snake coiled around the tree, and a pair of cold and merciless eyes were staring at him. Alright, he had indeed entered someone else's territory. Lin Kuei thought silently as he slowly retreated. Fortunately, although these 2 were very vigilant towards him, they did not dare to attack him. On the other side, Lin Qiao called Lu Tianyi back and said to him, "Your mentality is now stable, I will help you improve your strength. You need to prepare." Lu Tianyi knew what she meant by improving his strength. It was to increase his zombie level. But he didn't know what level he was now. He had memories, so his IQ was certainly not low. So was he a level 3 intelligent zombie? But his reaction didn't seem to be as flexible as a level 3 zombie. Instead, it was more like a level 2 zombie. And what did she want him to prepare? He looked at Lin Qiao blankly. "Get ready to take off your clothes." Lin Qiao looked at him with a faint smile, then turned and walked towards the lake, leaving Lu Tianyi standing there with a confused face. Take off clothes. Why did she have to take off clothes? Right, he had seen her looking for Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng to go to the lake to level up. At that time, they went down naked. At the thought of having to strip naked in front of Lu Tianyi felt a little uncomfortable. So embarrassing. So resistant. Thinking about his previous relationship with Lu Tianyi, it was already a miracle that the 2 of them could talk well. Now she wanted him to take off his clothes in front of him. Well, why are you in a daze? Get ready. Lin Qiao turned around and found that the kid was standing in the same place looking at her with a confused face, but he didn't move. She couldn't help but shout. This kid was actually shy. Well, Lu Tianyi walked over in embarrassment, but when he was 3 meters away from the lake, he couldn't go any further. Because he could no longer withstand the oppressive feeling coming from the lake. His feet felt heavy and he couldn't take a step forward. Lin Qiao saw him stop, then said to him, "Take off your clothes and come down yourself." As she spoke, she turned around and walked to the lakeside. With a wave of her hand, a black fog surrounded her and covered her entire body. Then he saw a few clothes fall under her feet, then she slowly walked into the water. Lu Tianyi waited and watched Lin Qiao's figure enter the water for a while, and the oppressive feeling in the entire lake suddenly disappeared. He knew that it was time for him to go down. Lu Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief and took off his clothes, but he still wore a conservative underwear and walked down with his long legs bare. Fortunately, she went down first, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to take off his clothes. He really knew how to be embarrassed. Chapter 646. Lin Chao waited at the bottom of the lake for Lu Tianyi to come down. After Lu Tianyi came down, he didn't see where Lin Chao was. The light in the water was very dim, and to him, it was dark gray. Moreover, he couldn't see far away. He didn't need to breathe, so he wouldn't suffocate in the water. And this was the second time he was in this lake, and he still remembered the feeling when he woke up in the lake. But the buoyancy of the lake was very small, and the resistance was very strong. He felt that his body and limbs were all suppressed. Perhaps it was because he was too slow. A hand came out from below, grabbed his feet and dragged him down. Lu Tianyi looked down, but only saw a hand coming out of the gray mass. It looked a little scary. But he knew that this was Lu Tianyu's hand, so he let her grab him. But he still subconsciously covered his crotch with his hand. Lin Chao condensed the energy in the lake around her body, and Zhou Shi gathered the energy at the bottom of the lake. Now, she was slowly able to control the energy at the bottom of the lake. When she got closer to Lu Tianyi, she realized what this kid was thinking. She always felt that this kid was very shy. Before, other people also took off their clothes, but they weren't as hesitant as him, and they even looked awkward. Lin Chao knew that this kid cared a lot about Lu Tianyi. After seeing that she was using Lu Tianyu's identity and not doing those bad things, he was very happy. And there was a faint sense of expectation. Now that he had become a zombie, the expectation in his heart had turned into dependence on her. But if she let him know that she wasn't his sister at all, would he be disappointed? Probably. After all, he thought that Lu Tianyi had turned over a new leaf, but in the end, it was just another person who borrowed his sister's body. She sighed. This feeling of deceiving the other party was really not good. But if she revealed the truth, this kid would probably be very sad. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Chao took out a level 3 intelligent zombie's corpse core and handed it to him. She said to him with her mind, "Eat it." After Lu Tianyi took the corpse core, for the first time, he had a different feeling. The energy coming from the corpse core made him instinctively want it. After hearing Lin Chao's signal, he stuffed the corpse core into his mouth without thinking. It was only after he finished that he realized what he had done. Suddenly remembering that it was dug out from a zombie's brain, he immediately had a feeling of vomiting. However, the feeling of heat coming from his stomach made his body, which had recently lost all feeling, tremble slightly. Lin Chao placed one palm on Lu Tiany's back and the other hand reached for the condensed energy ball. He then absorbed the energy from the energy ball and directed it into Lu Tiany's body. The two energies mixed and filtered, and then began to rush towards Lu Tiany's head. Lu Tianyi was originally only level 2. Although he had his own memories, and there was no problem with his IQ, his body couldn't immediately break through to level 3 after turning into a zombie. However, with Lin Chao's help, it easily reached the 3rd level. Without waiting for Lu Tianyi to feel anything, Lin Chao stuffed another water corpse core into his mouth. The surging energy continued to spread through Lu Tiany's body, and was then channeled into Lin Chao's mind. Lu Tianyi could finally be considered a level 4 zombie after the breakthrough. After a few hours, Lu Tianyi's level smoothly broke through to level 4. Lin Chao didn't continue to help him level up. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stabilize the energy of the virus. It wouldn't be good if it affected his rationality. She dragged Lu Tianyi out of the water. This kid originally went down wearing a pair of underwear, but when he came up, his underwear had disappeared. Lin Chao avoided looking at him and threw him on the shore. She first put on her clothes, picked up his clothes, and then picked him up. Xie Dong, Lin Kuei, and the intelligent juvenile zombie watched as Lin Chaotua supported the naked Lu Tianyi, who was half a head taller than her, and walked back from the lake. Xie Dong's reaction was very calm as he walked forward to take Lu Tianyi. At the same time, he took the clothes from Lin Chao's hands and helped him into the small building. But that young zombie just looked at Lu Tianyi with a surprised look on his face. Because he clearly sensed that Lu Tianyi's level was already the same as his. In this way, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him in a fight in the future. Only Lin Kuei looked at the calm and composed Lin Qiao with a strange expression. Lin Qiao had calmly helped the naked man up without any embarrassment. And he looked in the direction of Xie Dong, who was helping Lu Tianyi up the stairs. That was a man. Although he was originally a level 2 zombie, he leveled up after following Miss Lu down to the lake. He broke through 2 levels in a row and now directly became a level 4 zombie with abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Kuei looked at the lake again. A strong sense of rejection arose from his heart, making him unwilling to go there. Oppression and crisis. What was in the lake? He could also see that other creatures in this space were unwilling to go near the lake. The zombies in the small building, the group of zombies behind the small building, and the 2 in the woods. Even the dozens of mutant roe deer on the lawn across the lake wouldn't go near. Lin Qiao went into the bathroom, took a towel to dry her wet hair, and then walked down. Then in a flash, she instantly disappeared from the small building, but in the next second, she appeared on the lawn across the lake. Her sudden appearance immediately made the deer that had gathered together run away. But Lin Qiao moved faster. She turned around and suddenly grabbed a roe deer that was trying to run away from her. Although the speed of the mutant deer was already very fast, it still wasn't as fast as Lin Qiao's reaction. On the other side, Lin Kuei stood in front of the small building, looking strangely at Lin Qiao flash over to grab a roe deer, and then flash back with the roe deer. He had always wondered why this female zombie would raise dozens of mutant roe deer here. At this time, seeing Lin Qiao grab a roe deer, it immediately aroused his curiosity. So he kept staring at her. But after a while, he was stunned. Bloodletting. Skinning. Clean and neat. After the stomach was cut open, the internal organs and so on wouldn't be damaged or dirty. But that wasn't the point. The point was that after this guy cut off a clean front leg, she directly ate. Raw. What the hell? As a zombie, why would she eat mutant animals? No, the point was that it didn't taste good. He had also tried to eat animal meat to fill the hunger in his stomach, but at that time, he vomited after taking a bite. That taste was simply indescribable. At that time, he thought that the mutant animals didn't taste good, so he also caught some non-mutant animals to try, but the result was still the same. Chapter 647. Lin Qiao skinned the roe deer and cut open its stomach. She took out its organs and put it aside. Then she stood up with one of its legs and started to gnaw on it. She turned around and saw Lin Kuei looking at her with a confused expression. "Do you want to eat it?" she asked. Lin Kuei quickly shook his head. "You've tried but you can't eat it, right?" Lin Qiao looked at him and asked while gnawing. Lin Kuei looked at her with a puzzled expression and slowly nodded. Lin Qiao didn't know if he was too surprised that his ears and tail had come out, but he didn't even notice it. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "My body seems to be different from normal zombies. It's not that I don't eat human flesh. Human flesh is also very tempting to me. But I don't reject animal meat, and it tastes pretty good." Then she nodded and took another bite. Lin Kuei saw that her skinning was very skillful and of a high level. Now he thought that she must have practiced it many times. As a zombie, not only could she control her appetite, but she could also eat other animals. This guy had mutated in a strange direction. At this moment, Xie Dong walked out from behind Lin Kuei. He looked at Lin Qiao and then at Lin Kuei. Thus, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she stood beside him. Ever since he became a zombie, Xie Dong's expression rarely changed. After knowing that his woman didn't love him, his expression became even colder. Although it didn't become cold, there was a hint of loneliness and sadness. Although there was only a slight smile on his face, his expression and temperament seemed to be touched by the spring breeze. Lin Qiao only glanced at him casually before looking away. I found something strange. You guys don't eat it, but Lu Tianyi and I can eat it. I don't know why. Although the meat can't provide me with energy, it can still weaken my hunger. Xie Dong, do you want to give it a try? Lin Qiao suddenly thought of a question and looked at Xie Dong after speaking. Xie Dong was stunned and then shook his head. It wasn't like he hadn't tried it before. It was like eating mud. Who would want to eat something even though they knew it was like eating mud? But she said that Lu Tianyi could also be eaten. What was going on? Seeing his doubtful gaze, Lin Qiao nodded and said, "That's right, that kid doesn't seem to be against it at all." Xie Dong and Lin Kuei looked at her in confusion, but Lin Qiao also showed a thoughtful expression. For this matter, I think I have to first catch a normal zombie to do an experiment. Lin Qiao suddenly muttered. Then, without any regard for his image, he crudely finished the front leg of the roe deer in his hand. After Lin Qiao finished gnawing, he did not care about the strange expressions on the faces of the other two. He casually tossed the bone in his hand up and waved his hand. A black mist sprayed out and enveloped the bone. The bone disappeared before it hit the ground. Because of her movement, the other two subconsciously turned their gazes, but when they looked back, Lin Qiao had already disappeared. After Lin Qiao came out, he immediately went in the direction of the plaza used for the exhibition during the day. She knew that there must be a lot of zombies in this base. Under the plaza during the day, there should be an underground prison or something like that. Lin Qiao's figure flashed and disappeared in the night. Not long after, she arrived at the plaza that she came to during the day. The surrounding walls of the plaza had been lowered to their original height, and the ground had been cleaned. The person who acted as the bait had been scared to death. Lin Qiao opened an underground hole, squatted down and looked down. The hole was dark, but it did not affect Lin Qiao's vision. There was also a ladder down. The passage was not wide, but it was quite deep. She jumped down, and when she landed on the ground, she raised her head to look at the top of her head before walking into the tunnel. The walls were stained with blood and claw marks from the zombies that had squeezed through. After following the smell for more than 10 minutes, she arrived at a heavy metal door. The lock on the door was controlled by a control system. Lin Qiao raised his hand and directly melted the entire door with black fire. After entering the door, there was another passage, but this passage was lit up. It was obviously used for illumination. Lin Qiao knew that in addition to a large number of zombies, there were also some guards. She walked along the passage, and there was a crossroad in front of her. No matter where she went, there was the smell of zombies. Just as Lin Qiao was about to choose a random path. Bang dash, suddenly, a door in the middle of one of the passages was knocked open. A figure with his head down, clutching his chest, stumbled out. Lin Qiao was about to step out, but she put her foot back down. She turned her head and looked strangely at the person who was running towards her. It was a soldier. The soldier rushed past Lin Qiao without noticing her existence. But Lin Qiao frowned as she stared at the back of the soldier. This was a young soldier. Although the side of his face couldn't be seen clearly, his breath was still very young and sweet. However, this soldier's aura was very dark, ruthless, and desperate. Hatred, killing intent, viciousness, ruthlessness, madness, and other emotions twisted his heart. But these weren't important. What Lin Qiao cared about was that he had the zombie virus on him. Lin Qiao silently looked at the soldier in the distance, and then turned back to look at the door he just rushed out from. She knew that a few people would rush out from there soon, because they seemed to be chasing after him. Seeing this situation, Lin Chao certainly wouldn't leave it alone. But she wanted to see what was going on first. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to verify that matter. Quick! Don't let that kid escape. Soon, a group of more than 10 people rushed out from the door. They rushed to the crossroad entrance where Lin Chao was. These people didn't stop. When they reached the crossroad entrance, they automatically split into 3 groups and searched in 3 directions. Lin Chao jumped down from the top. When these people rushed out, she immediately climbed to the top to avoid them. After these people ran under her, Lin Chao could sense some of their thoughts. Just let that kid escape. That kid has a virus on him. He actually dared to resist. What a scumbag. He can't run away. There were all these thoughts. In any case, she couldn't let that soldier escape. But that soldier's emotions were very dark and twisted. Thinking about it, she knew that these people must have done something to him. Because the thought that the kid just transmitted to her was, perishing together. To be in such despair, on one hand, it was related to the virus in his body, and on the other hand, it was definitely related to these people. Chapter 648. Lin Chao followed the direction of the soldier with the virus, and followed the soldiers as they turned left and right. Soon, they entered another tunnel. After passing through this tunnel, they entered a spacious room. There were many glass isolation rooms, and they were all sealed. Inside the glass rooms, there were zombies lying motionless on the ground. They probably injected tranquilizers and cold air to suppress the virus activity. The room was quiet, and there was nothing else except for the glass rooms. He hid in here. Bao Xiaogo, we know you're in here. Come out obediently. Don't do anything stupid. Did you forget about your sister? Do you think we don't know? But you hid yourself really well. The soldiers who chased after him didn't seem to be flustered after they came in. Instead, they blocked the door and shouted confidently. Yeah, don't do anything stupid. It's fine if you die, but what about your sister? Another person shouted into the room. Lin Chao leaned against these people, listening to their words and sensing their thoughts. He was expressionless. In the army, there were some people who didn't get along well. Because of their unsociable attitude, they always had an expression of resistance to others. It would make people feel that they were arrogant or looked down on others, so it would cause some people to be dissatisfied. As time passed, the situation would become more and more serious. So in the end, everyone would find trouble with this person or do things against him. After the apocalypse, it was no longer the peaceful era. So after the apocalypse, all kinds of dark things immediately became more and more intense. At this time, these people in front of Lin Chao always hated the young soldier called Bao Xiaogo, so they gathered together to bully him. But looking at the situation now, it was obvious that the long period of bullying had caused that person to explode. If you dare to touch my sister, I'll let you all die. A low and cold voice came from the corner. The voice was filled with strong killing intent and hatred. Yo, you're willing to come out. I told you to be obedient and not run around. Did you want us to use our ultimate move? The people on this side sneered and said to him, completely ignoring the hatred in the other's words. Hee, do you think that since you're going to die anyway, you'll kill us before you die? We don't want to go down there to accompany you. If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't worry, if you hand over the grenade, your sister can still live. The people on this side all had mocking expressions on their faces as they looked at the soldier who slowly appeared on the other side of the room. Because of these words, the soldier's aura instantly dissipated. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, despair, hatred, and so on. Clearly, he had given up resisting. How could he be so fast? Lin Chao crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the people at the door expressionlessly. The young soldier who was called Bao Puppy bit his lips and lowered his head slightly, standing motionless at the other end. The few people at the entrance looked at each other and signaled to each other. Then, they slowly walked towards the soldier. Xiaoguo, calm down. We didn't want you to die. We didn't know you were behind us. He didn't know that there was a level 3 zombie hiding inside. You can't blame us for this, right? Someone tried to persuade him. However, Lin Chao knew that what he said was a lie, a lie. Yes, yes, yes. We didn't know you were still behind us, and we didn't know that there was another one hiding there. We thought we were all up there. So you can't blame us. Moreover, even if you blow up this place, if all the zombies are released, the alarm system will also give the order to attack. It doesn't matter if we all die with you, but what about your sister? She's only 12 years old. Without your protection, how can she survive in the future? Lin Chao lightly pursed his lips. These scumbags usually bullied people because they thought they were easy to bully. Now, they even took advantage of their weakness to threaten them. There were really such scumbags everywhere. Now, these people were pointing their weapons at each other and saying comforting words. But in his heart, there was another voice cursing. This young soldier called Bao Xiaoguo was usually beaten, scolded, and treated like a slave. Moreover, he was often forced by these people in turn. This kind of humiliation was unbearable, not to mention that he was a young man. If it wasn't for the sake of raising his sister, he would have endured it. But today, when the leader of the base released the zombies here for display. In the area where the level 3 zombies were locked, there was still a zombie hiding. These people in front of him must have known about it, so they let him come in first. As a result, he was attacked by the zombie. Although he reacted in time, and after a fight, he also shot the level 3 zombie to death. However, he had a scratch on his body. Of course, Bao Xiaoguo knew what it meant to be scratched by a zombie. The result was that after dying, he would become a zombie again. After knowing that he was going to die, the hatred that he usually suppressed in his heart immediately broke out. He wanted everyone here to die with him. If they didn't let him go in, how could he be attacked by zombies? How could he be infected with the virus? If he died, what about his sister? What to do? It was all them. But now that the other side mentioned it, they already knew about his sister's existence. If he didn't kill them all, and if one of them escaped, then his sister would be in danger. Just be obedient and become a zombie. Don't worry. As long as you do as we say, we won't let your sister starve to death. At this time, the few people at the door were getting closer and closer, while talking to him to disturb his mind. Bao Xiaoguo just smiled mockingly, but his smile revealed sadness. He still did not move, letting these people come closer. Of course, he would not believe that these people would be good to his sister, but he believed that if he continued to resist, then his sister may encounter an accident. Seeing Bao Xiaoguo's motionless appearance, the few people who slowly approached him suddenly secretly winked. It seemed that they knew that Bao Xiaoguo had given up resistance. This time, as long as they shot a bullet to his head, this kid could only wait to die and become a zombie. So when the fingers on the trigger were about to gently press down, suddenly several people's eyes went black. What happened? This. What is this? Bang, bang, bang dash, I can't see anything, bang, bang, bang dash, with a few panicked shouts and messy gunshots, Bao Xiaoguo also blankly looked up at them. In the end, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of them. The few people were wrapped in the black fog, and the bullets around them lost their aim and shot randomly. Chapter 649. Bao Xiaoguo was also confused. The hatred, despair, and unwillingness from before had all disappeared. What was the situation in front of him? Before he could react, he saw that the people's shouts had disappeared, and the gunshots had also stopped. Silence immediately appeared in the black fog, but it revealed a strange and terrifying aura. Bao Xiaoguo stared at the black fog with a face full of surprise and confusion. He wanted to see what was inside. But soon, the black fog shrank. Then it slowly became smaller, and then a figure appeared. He didn't cry out in panic, instead, he stared at the man. She was wearing an ordinary camouflage military uniform, but her long hair was let down. A pair of long legs wrapped under the loose military pants slowly walked out. Soon, a beautiful woman's face was revealed. Apart from this woman, the people who had chased after him had all disappeared. You. Who are you? Did you kill them? Bao Xiaoguo couldn't connect the dots, and asked Lin Qiao in a daze. Looking at the person's appearance, she was obviously a high-level psychic. He was just an ordinary person, and when he saw a psychic, he could only lower his head. Lin Qiao didn't look at him, but pressed her hand on the glass next to her. Gotcha! A light sound rang out, and then he saw that the glass under her hand disappeared, and a small hole appeared. At the edge of the small hole, there were a few black flames burning, and the small hole quickly expanded. Lin Qiao squatted down, and directly reached into the hole, and pulled out a zombie that was lying motionless inside. Then her figure flashed in front of Bao Xiaoguo, and the zombie in her hand disappeared. Bao Xiaoguo's eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Qiao with an expression of not having enough brain power. Let's go, how long do you want to watch? Those people will be here soon. If you don't want to become a zombie, then follow me. Lin Qiao said faintly, and turned to walk out of the door. Bao Xiaoguo heard her words and was stunned, and then looked at the big hole in the glass. He subconsciously followed behind Lin Qiao, and at the same time, he thought that the zombies in the quarantine room would come out soon, and he didn't know if those people would find out. Who was this woman? Why was she here? Did she kill those people just now? She also brought out a zombie, but the zombie disappeared again. All sorts of questions appeared in Bao Xiaoguo's mind. After leaving with Lin Qiao, they quickly left the underground zombie prison. You just said that you can stop me from turning into a zombie. Is it true? Bao Xiaoguo felt cold all over his body at this time, but he was still conscious. However, the ice-cold feeling made him shiver, and his movements stiffened. Lin Qiao stopped and turned around to look at him. Give me your hand. Bao Xiaoguo looked around. They had already left the exhibition square and were now in an empty alley on the other side. It was so dark that he couldn't see the woman's face clearly. What are you doing? Bao Xiaoguo said hesitantly. He didn't even know who the other party was. How could he reach out his hand just like that? You will die in 10 to 20 minutes, and then in less than 10 seconds you will immediately become a zombie. Do you believe me? Lin Qiao said to him. Then, without waiting for him to say anything, she directly stepped forward. As the other person staggered back, she pulled his hand, opened her mouth and lowered her head to bite his hand. Ah, why did you bite me? Bao Xiaoguo was stunned by her bite. When he looked up, he found that they were no longer in the alley. Lin Qiao let go of him and pushed him to the chair behind her. Sit here and don't move. Bao Xiaoguo looked at her with a dumbfounded face. He then looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, and then looked at the bite wound on his hand. This woman had bitten through his flesh. But he didn't feel much pain anymore. He just cried out because he was too surprised. From today onwards, you can only follow me. Otherwise, I can't let you tell this secret. Lin Qiao walked to the middle of the living room and looked back at Bao Xiaogua, who was sitting in the dining room. She remembered that she had accidentally bitten Lin Yu before he died. Later on, that brat appeared in front of her, alive and well. So after seeing Bao Xiaogua this time, she suddenly had an idea. But if this little brat recovered, then she could only let him follow her. Otherwise, if this thing spread out, it would be a big deal. Bao Xiaogua sat on the chair and looked at her in confusion. Xie Dong and Lin Kuei, who were outside the door, turned around and walked in, but they just continued to lean against the door and watch the situation inside. Carefully feel the condition of your body. When you are better, tell me where your sister is, I will help you bring her in. From now on, you and your sister can only listen to me. Without my permission, you can't leave. Lin Qiao directly announced that this brat's life was under her control. She stopped him without looking at his reaction, and walked to the side of another zombie that fell on the ground in the living room. This was a female zombie. The clothes on her body had been torn into pieces of cloth hanging on her body. Her body was also dry, but her face and body looked very young. Xie Dong, get a cup of lake water. Lin Qiao looked at the female zombie on the ground and ordered Xie Dong. Xie Dong quickly went to the kitchen and took a cup of water from the faucet. Anyway, the pool on the roof was filled with water from the lake, so he just took it from the faucet. Lin Qiao took the water, opened the female zombie's mouth, and poured the water in. Then she passed the cup to the side, and Xie Dong automatically took it. After Bao Xiaogua heard Lin Qiao's words, he felt his body in confusion, and stared at her strangely, not knowing what she wanted that zombie for. After seeing her pour the water, he stood up and stood 2 steps back, looking down at the female zombie. Puff dash, then he saw the motionless female zombie suddenly tremble, and then cough twice, spitting out a few drops of water. The female zombie crawled up in a daze, and was directly suppressed by the strong pressure next to her. She even directly ignored the smell of human beings. Lin Qiao looked at her, her face was stiff, her eyes were dark, and her expression was lifeless. Obviously, it was just an ordinary zombie. She lifted the female zombie's hand, looked at it, and couldn't help but turn to Xie Dong and said, "Get some more water, wash it." Xie Dong looked at her disgusted expression, and silently went to get a cup of water, and took a towel to wet and walked out. Lin Qiao took the towel and rubbed the female zombie's arm a few times, turning the towel black. Then she used the water in the cup to wash the female zombie's arm. Then she opened her mouth and bit. Chapter 650. This time, even Xie Dong didn't know what she was doing. He and the others all looked at Lin Qiao blankly. Xie Dong and Lin Kuei both knew Lin Qiao's identity. In addition, there was a pesticide that was peeking its head in from the door. The 3 zombies had a lot of questions flashing through their minds. What was going on? What was she doing? Why was she biting a low-level zombie? Why? Even Lu Tianyi, who had just woken up and was walking down the stairs, saw Lin Qiao biting a normal zombie's hand, so he was also confused. Not to mention Bao Xiaogua, who was still sitting on the chair and didn't know how to react. He stared with his eyes wide open, his face full of shock. What the hell? Wasn't it enough for this woman to bite him, she also went to bite a zombie. What was she trying to do? Was she crazy? Pesticide at the door looked at his boss curiously, he didn't know what she was doing. He looked at the other bosses and saw that they were also confused, he suddenly felt that his boss had become more powerful. After Lin Qiao bit the female zombie, she took a step back to see her reaction. She found that the female zombie was just blankly looking at her hand where Lin Qiao had bitten. The others looked at her in confusion, but Lu Tianyi, who was walking down the stairs, seemed to have thought of something. Bao Xiaogua didn't know why these people were looking at the zombie calmly, but they didn't seem to be alert at all. Suddenly, he inadvertently glanced at Lin Kuei, who was standing on the side, and his whole body suddenly froze. Isn't this a zombie? Because he was suddenly pulled into a strange place, all his attention was on Lin Qiao, who pulled him in. He saw that everyone else was just standing there quietly without any abnormal expressions, so he didn't notice the other people's characteristics for a moment. He was shocked by Lin Qiao's action of biting a zombie, so he didn't pay attention to the others at all. Now that he suddenly saw Lin Kuei's eyes, his whole body froze. Feeling Bao Xiaoguo's gaze, Lin Kuei just turned his head and glanced at him, then turned his head back and continued to stare at the female zombie's reaction. The female zombie opened her mouth wide and screamed. She raised her head and her expression twisted as if she was in great pain. Roar, ah, her voice suddenly became shrill after a shout. Then with a thud, he fell to the ground. Og, puff! Bao Xiaoguo's mind was shaken by her piercing voice. His entire head felt stuffy, and he suddenly couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell unconscious from the chair. Lin Qiao and the rest turned to look at Bao Xiaoguo at the same time. She quickly walked over and checked his pulse and breath. Then he turned his head and looked at the female zombie who screamed and fell to the ground. It seemed that his virus was starting to take effect. While thinking, Lin Qiao dragged Bao Xiaoguo up and shouted at Xie Dong, "Lift your feet." Xie Dong understood and walked over. Together with her, they lifted Bao Xiaoguo to the sofa. The female zombie was left on the ground. After putting Bao Xiaoguo on the sofa, Lin Qiao squatted on the side and observed. She could clearly see that the original gray breath in Bao Xiaoguo's body was being cleansed by her own breath. Starting from the bite on his arm, it was slowly spreading throughout his body. The others couldn't see it as clearly as she did, but from the feeling of the breath, they also knew that this person's body was undergoing some kind of earth-shaking change, and the female zombie on the ground was the same. Lin Kuei looked at Lin Qiao in confusion, then turned his head to look at the others. He saw that Xie Dong's face was indifferent without any expression, but Lu Tianyi, who was standing on the stairs, had a thoughtful expression. He was actually very curious about this female zombie's mysteries. He didn't know where she found these special zombies like him. It seemed that staying by her side would not be boring. With these thoughts, he suddenly felt that even staying by this female zombie's side was not lazy. For example, at this moment, what was the purpose of her actions? Lin Qiao was staring at Bao Xiaoguo's body, and saw that his skin's original greenish-white color was gradually fading. And her virus was very aggressive, spreading very quickly in his body. It was not comparable to Lin Yu's situation at the beginning. Very quickly, the virus in his body was swallowed up, and then this person's skin color slowly returned to normal. Of course, only she could see this. Xie Dong, Lin Kuei, Lu Tianyi, and even the intelligent zombie that was peeking at the door couldn't see it. They could only sense it with their breath. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed. Her virus actually had this effect. Could it be that Lin Yu didn't die, and awakened the same ability as her? Seeing that the greenish-purple color on Bao Xiaoguo's lips had faded, Lin Qiao stood up and continued to look at Bao Xiaoguo without turning her head. Xie Dong, give him a glass of water to drink. Xie Dong silently turned around and went into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a glass of water. Lin Qiao then turned around and walked in front of the female zombie. She squatted down and looked at her situation. The female zombie's situation was not as obvious as Bao Xiaoguo's. Although she was on the ground, her body kept shaking. Although she didn't know what was going on, her body was undergoing an even greater change. Because the cells in Bao Xiaoguo's body had not been consumed by the original virus, when Lin Qiao's virus entered, it only consumed the original virus and the mutated cells that had been infected by the virus. As for the cells that were still alive in Bao Xiaoguo's body, they were completely ignored. Now, on the female zombie's side, her virus invaded the mutated cells that had been infected by the virus. It consumed the original virus genoprotoplasm in the mutant cells. Then, it took over control of the mutant cells and all their changes. This was like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. After it consumed the original virus, it settled in. After it settled, Lin Qiao's virus would immediately change the characteristics of the mutant cells. So Lin Qiao found that the female zombie's entire breath began to change. It was changing in an unknown direction. Even so, Lin Qiao clearly felt that this zombie had some kind of inexplicable connection with her. Suppressing, restraining, and even controlling her existence. Lin Qiao got up and looked at Lu Tianyi. This feeling was the same feeling that Lu Tianyi gave her. But compared to Lu Tianyi, something was missing. Because Lu Tianyi's body was still related to Lu Tianyu's body by blood, the feeling of the connection was even stronger. Chapter 651. Sensing the changes in Bao Xiaoguo and the female zombie, the others gathered around Lin Qiao and watched curiously. Lin Qiao silently glanced at the intelligent zombie pesticide that had sneaked in. Pesticide jumped in fright when she looked at him. He turned to run. "Don't run. Come in. I'll let you into play, but you can't go upstairs," Lin Qiao said softly. Jun Mo, who had just slipped to the side of the door, immediately stopped. He abruptly turned around and looked at Lin Qiao in surprise. Lin Qiao had already lowered her head to look at the female zombie. She didn't return his gaze. Pesticide, however, was smart. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, he gathered his courage and went back to Lu Tiany's side. The others were attracted by the female zombie's change. They all quietly watched, waiting for the final result of her change to come out. Outside the base, the leaders of China were in a secret meeting. Haiqing, Qingshan, and Hidden Cloud City are the only ones who are trying to lower the price. It looks like Skyfire Base wants to lower the price as well, but they don't have the confidence to do so. Lu Jinan's smile had disappeared. He looked at the information in his hands with indifference. "It's all within our expectations. They don't seem to have any intention of trading," Hu Zhiyong said. "Paw!" The sound of a hand slamming on the solid wood table rang out. It was especially loud in the quiet meeting room. Xikong Chen slammed his hand on the table and gritted his teeth. "Do they think they can make us lower our heads just because they have something on us? Dream on. We won't lower the price to them. However, second last is very likely to be in their hands. If they bring this up to question us, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Do you think we can convince the other party just by refusing to admit it? Lu Zhuofeng isn't very smart, and Wu Qingyue and that mysterious blue land aren't easy to deal with." Hu Zhiyong glanced at Xikong Chen, his eyes filled with mockery. "What do you mean? You think we shouldn't have done it? Now you're regretting it. Didn't you agree?" Xikong Chen noticed the mockery in his eyes and sneered at him. "Hey, I didn't say that. Can you not put the blame on us? You chose an elite team for this mission, so why did something like this happen? I'm very curious. I don't think you just randomly found an ordinary squad of soldiers to carry out the mission," Hu Zhiyong said with a smile, not minding the gaze that was directed at him. Xikong Chen retracted his gaze from Hu Zhiyong and snorted coldly. "The members of the team have all been investigated by you. Could you have predicted that something like this would happen to them? In any case, I can't predict it. With such a team, even if they were thrown into a zombie city full of zombies, they would still be able to escape alive. I only know that this series of events must have been caused by someone behind the scenes. It's obvious. Everyone can see it. But Makui, who subdued him? Lu Jinan interrupted. Although the troublemaker should be one of these three, we can't rule out the possibility that it's someone else. But where was that team member hiding? Such a big person, unless they have an active space, how could they not find any traces? Sikong Chen said plainly. From the disappearance of the entire mission team, Makui disappearing, to the killing of the research team, to the abnormality of the level 3 zombies at the exhibition. All of these things are linked together, but we can't find any clues. Just who is it that doesn't put us in their eyes? Hee hee. At this moment, Han Xiao, who was on the other side, suddenly laughed. At this time, Ho Guizhong, who was outside the conference room, received a secret report saying that the zombies under the exhibition plaza had been invaded. Although the losses weren't heavy, only a few guards and a normal zombie disappeared. But this matter had a strange smell to it. Ho Guizhong immediately turned around and opened the conference room door behind him. On the other side, in the building where the leaders of the major bases were, although it was late at night. However, Wu Yueling was still sitting on the bed in high spirits, playing with her grass doll. Wu Qingyue was lying on the other side of the bed, leaning against the headboard and reading a book. After inadvertently looking at his watch, he couldn't help but say to Wu Yueling, "Lingling, let's sleep. Aren't you sleepy?" Wu Yueling held the grass doll with both hands, turned her head to look at him, and shook her head at him with a pair of big bright eyes. Although he was already used to seeing his daughter playing with grass dolls, he didn't know why every time he saw his daughter with her hair down and holding a grass doll in her hands, he felt very strange. Why did he feel like a little witch? Can't she play with a doll? But he knew that Wu Yueling treasured this grass doll, because it was given to her by the female zombie. Speaking of which, what happened to the two of them in the beginning? Why did the female zombie's personality change so much after becoming a zombie? And what did she do to his daughter? She had snatched away his precious darling's love. Good girl, if you don't sleep, Lingling won't grow up. Wu Qingyue thought while coaxing her. Wu Yueling looked at him, then looked at the grass doll in her hands, and finally obediently went to sleep. She placed the grass doll on the other side of her body, leaned against Wu Qingyue, and then closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. Lingling is such a good girl. Wu Qingyue bent down and kissed her forehead, then put the book aside, preparing to turn off the light and sleep. At this time, Wu Yueling stretched out her hand to touch the empty bed on the grass doll's side, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. Hey, it's so empty here. There's even wind coming in at night, it's cold. She suddenly sat up, and then looked at Wu Qingyue with a pair of big eyes, sparkling. Wu Qingyue was preparing to turn off the light, but he saw the child suddenly sit up again, looking at her pair of big eyes, as if she had thought of something. At this time, Wu Yueling patted the empty space on the other side of the bed, and then looked at him expectantly. What's wrong? Wu Qingyue looked at her blankly, and then looked at the bed she patted. There's nothing. Puff puff puff, Wu Yueling patted again, her eyes flashing with some kind of light. But she didn't know how to speak. Seeing that Wu Qingyue didn't understand her meaning, she immediately became a little anxious. But she didn't panic, instead, her eyes changed, and she stared at Wu Qingyue with a face full of disgust. Daddy is an idiot. Hey! What the hell is going on? Wu Qingyue became like a monk after being stared at by her small eyes. Chapter 652. Wu Yueling stretched out the straw doll in front of Wu Qingyue, then patted the bed next to her, and put the straw doll back there. Then she covered it with the quilt and turned around to look at Wu Qingyue. But she still saw Wu Qingyue's face full of question marks. Wu Yueling pouted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a helpless and angry expression on her face. Daddy is so stupid, Daddy is so stupid, Daddy is so stupid. Wu Qingyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked her helplessly, "What's wrong with Ling Ling?" Wu Yueling angrily stared at him for a few seconds. Then she loosened her arms, pointed at the straw doll, and patted the bed. Wu Qingyue nodded. "Well, do you want to sleep with it? Isn't it always with you? What's wrong?" Wu Yueling shook her head abruptly and pointed at the grass doll. Then, she gestured at the figure of a person in front of her. Finally, she seemed to have thought of something and drew 2 circles in front of her chest. Wu Qingyue finally understood. He silently looked at Wu Yueling's eyes, and asked speechlessly, "After talking for so long, you are actually talking about your zombie mommy?" Sure enough, Wu Yueling's eyes lit up, and she nodded like a chick pecking rice. Wu Qingyue looked at her, and then looked at her hand that was patting the bed. He suddenly said with a strange expression, "You mean, you want her to sleep with you? You don't want to sleep with Daddy?" Wu Yueling nodded, then shook her head. She patted the bed, pointed at herself and Wu Qingyue, and then patted the bed again. This time, Wu Qingyue finally understood and said, You want her to sleep with us?" Wu Yueling finally smiled, and happily nodded. Then she looked at him with a face full of expectation. "Ha!" Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling, and then he suddenly rubbed his chin and began to think. His eyes floated up and down as he thought for a while. That female zombie was obviously not slow on this aspect of him. On the contrary, she seemed to have noticed it and was trying to avoid his intention in this aspect. The defense was very tight. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled. He pulled Wu Yueling onto his lap and kissed her on the forehead. "Ling Ling is the best. With you here, we won't have to worry about not being able to defeat that female zombie. Dad also wants to sleep with her, but she doesn't want to sleep with Dad. What should we do?" Wu Yueling looked at him blankly, as if she didn't quite understand. In her impression, her father was very powerful and would give her anything. But now Dad said that he couldn't let the zombie mama sleep with them. Then should I ask Ling Ling to do it? Does Ling Ling have a plan? She likes Ling Ling the most, so she might say yes. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Wu Yueling's eyes lit up as she stared at Wu Qingyue. Really? Really? Wu Qingyue nodded, stroked her head, and said, "She's too smart. We have to abduct her to sleep with us. We have to rely on Ling Ling." Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yueling nodded excitedly, then hugged Wu Qingyue's neck. Wu Qingyue smiled and hugged her, then put her to the side. "Okay, let's sleep first. This matter has to wait until we get back to our base." Wu Yueling climbed down happily, then lay down and went to sleep. Lin Qiao in the space didn't know that the father and daughter were planning to abduct her. At this time, she was watching the female zombie's body change with interest. Lin Qiao's virus was very overbearing. It only took half an hour to completely devour the original virus body in the female zombie's body. The female zombie's body also trembled for half an hour before it calmed down. Although her virus was occupied by Lin Qiao's virus, her appearance still didn't change, it still maintained its original appearance. Her whole body was still dry. After a minute, the female zombie suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with darkness. There were still no pupils, but a strange light flashed through her eyes. Then it turned into a blank look, then she slowly sat up from the ground. The female zombie's expression was blank, it was still as silly as before. However, her eyes were much clearer than before, and emotions began to appear in them. Blank. Confused. Confused. It was like, who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? And this was an emotion that didn't exist before. Awake? Do you still remember who you are? Lin Qiao was still squatting on the ground, looking at her, and asked faintly. Question mark. The female zombie heard the voice, then turned her head to look at her curiously. Then she looked around, her eyes were still blank. Don't remember. Can you remember anything? Where's your name? Lin Qiao raised her hand and waved in front of her blank eyes. Her attention was a bit scattered, and her mind seemed to be in a mess. Hearing Lin Qiao's question again, the female zombie blinked. Then she looked at her, a light flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Xiao Xiao. Very good, you still remember your name. Well, you don't remember who you are. It seems that you don't remember anything else. Lin Qiao nodded and stood up. Because in the female zombie's mind, there was only a reaction to her name, the word Xiao Xiao flashed in her mind, but there was nothing else. Seeing Lin Qiao stand up, the female zombie looked at her blankly, then suddenly looked at the others. Then for some reason, her expression suddenly changed, suddenly showing an expression of fear. Without waiting for the others to react, the female zombie quickly climbed up, and instantly flashed behind Lin Qiao. Her hands tightly grabbed Lin Qiao's clothes, and directly hid her whole body behind Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was stunned, then looked back at her blankly. The others looked at Lin Qiao with a strange expression, then looked at the female zombie Xiao Xiao who was hiding behind Lin Qiao like a small animal. What is this situation? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Just now, Xiao Xiao's movements were very fast and agile, easily flashing behind Lin Qiao. It seemed that her zombie level had broken through to level 2, and looking at the emotional changes in her eyes, although she still looked dull, she already had more intelligence than ordinary zombies. Although she didn't seem to remember anything, it seemed that she had awakened her humanity. This change was actually caused by Lin Qiao's bite, and there was immediately such a big change. What the hell is going on? Everyone looked at Lin Qiao's expression, with a little more respect. Chapter 653. Lin Qiao turned to look at the others blankly. What's going on? Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, Lin Kuei, and Zhong Imo all rolled their eyes. Then, they looked at her in disdain. Who the hell knows? Didn't you do this? You ask me, who should I ask? Lin Qiao turned to look at Xiao Xiao behind her. She hesitantly called out, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao clutched the back of her clothes tightly. Hearing her calling her, she raised her head and glanced at her. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Lin Qiao looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Xiao Xiao just lowered her head and showed her dirty head. But her hands didn't let go. What was going on? Lin Qiao was stunned. Why was she reacting like this? She turned to look at the others. You scared her. Lin Kuei was level 7, Xie Dong was level 5, and even the weakest, Zhong Imo and Lu Tianyi, were level 4. It seemed that the level suppression made Xiao Xiao, who had just reached level 2, feel scared. The four of them rolled their eyes at her again. What did it have to do with them? They didn't do anything. Just then, Bao Xiaoguo groaned on the sofa. Everyone's attention was immediately diverted. They saw Bao Xiaoguo lying on the sofa with his brows tightly furrowed. He looked like he was in pain. His forehead and face were covered with sweat, and it was sliding down his cheeks. Xiao Xiao's attention might have been attracted by Bao Xiaoguo. She popped her head out from behind Lin Qiao and looked at Bao Xiaoguo curiously. She seemed to be very sensitive to Bao Xiaoguo's smell. Lin Qiao sensed her thoughts and turned to her. You can't eat people. Xiao Xiao looked at her blankly, as if she didn't understand what she meant. She didn't think, why can't I eat people, but why should I eat people? Although Bao Xiaoguo's smell seemed very fragrant and delicious, she didn't have the intention to eat that person at first. Ha! Lin Qiao looked at her strangely. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. You! Do you know what you are now? Xiao Xiao looked at her blankly, then subconsciously lowered her head to look at her hands and body. Then, his expression changed drastically. Roar! A piercing scream rang out again. Fortunately, Lin Qiao was prepared this time. He quickly covered his ears before she screamed. The other four were all startled. They turned around abruptly to look at Xiao Xiao, who was behind Lin Qiao. Wood! Xiao Xiao hugged her chest and hid behind Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao loosened his grip and rubbed his chin as he pondered. Then, he took off his coat and covered Xiao Xiao's shoulders. She turned to the others and said, "You guys keep an eye on her. I'll take her upstairs for a bath." After saying that, he walked towards the stairs. Naturally, Xiao Xiao followed closely behind her. The others stared at the two of them in bewilderment. They exchanged glances with each other again in bewilderment. After Lin Qiao went upstairs, he coincidentally met Ling Xiantong, who was walking out of the house. Ling Xiantong looked like he didn't have enough sleep. After seeing Lin Qiao, he asked blankly, "I heard a scream just now. What's wrong?" He didn't see Xiao Xiao behind Lin Qiao, so he didn't notice. Lin Qiao let Xiao Xiao out and said, "It's her." Ling Xiantong saw a figure behind her. His hair was disheveled and his body was skinny. As there was no light in the building, it was still very dark with the original light in the space. He didn't see Xiao Xiao's eyes because Xiao Xiao's head was lowered. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, but there shouldn't be any more. You can continue to rest." Lin Qiao smiled and said to him. Then, she brought Xiao Xiao to the third floor. She found a set of clothes and brought Xiao Xiao to the bathroom on the third floor. Xiao Xiao's expression was panicked. She was in a daze until she was brought upstairs by Lin Qiao. Then, she suddenly reacted and grabbed Lin Qiao's hands tightly. Why did I become like this? But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was stunned again. Then, she covered her throat and widened her eyes in disbelief. "Calm down and listen to me first." "Calm down." Lin Qiao quickly pressed her shoulders. Maybe it was because Lin Qiao's grip gave her an inexplicable sense of security, or maybe Lin Qiao's words were trying to control her emotions. Xiao Xiao calmed down a little. "Look at you. You should know that you're no longer an ordinary person. You're even, not a human anymore." Lin Qiao said quietly to her and looked into her eyes. Not a human. What did he mean? What was that? Xiao Xiao looked at him blankly. Although her mind was in a mess and she couldn't remember anything, she felt that something was wrong the moment she saw her body. After the shock, she instantly realized that she was a human. But, a human's body shouldn't be like this. "You're a zombie now." Lin Qiao stared into her eyes and said. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Her black eyes, which were unique to zombies, were stunned. After 7 to 8 seconds, her eyes widened slightly. Then, it quickly turned into fear and disbelief. At the same time, she had a "you're lying to me" expression. Lin Qiao pulled her to the mirror in the bathroom and said to it, "Look at yourself. Your appearance." Xiao Xiao turned her head. In the gray mirror, a woman with disheveled hair who looked like she hadn't bathed for a few years stood there. However, the face above the hair could no longer be described as a normal person. And at this moment, she noticed that everything in front of her had lost its color. Lin Qiao knew that her IQ and common sense were slowly returning. After all the shock, she needed time to digest all of it. "I'll put the clothes here. There's water here. Take a shower and calm down first. Come out and I'll tell you about the situation outside." Lin Chao said as she placed the clothes in the basket at the side. Then, she left quietly. As for Xiao Xiao, she didn't move at all as she stared into the mirror. Lin Qiao turned around and went downstairs. Seeing that Ling Xiantong had also appeared in the hall downstairs, his attention was also attracted by Bao Xiaoguo's appearance. What's wrong with this person? He doesn't look good. Ling Xiantong asked curiously when he saw Lin Qiao coming down. As for the appearance of the other zombie pesticide, he was already calm. Because with Lin Kuei's first case, there was no need for him to be surprised. He should be done soon. Lin Qiao walked over and looked at Bao Xiaoguo's appearance. Chapter 654. He's awakening his ability, Lin Qiao continued. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Bao Xiaoguo in deep thought. Could it be that her virus had such an effect? It was the same for Lin Yu. Before meeting her, he was just an ordinary soldier. Looking at Bao Xiaoguo's sweaty body, Ling Xiantong went forward to feel his body temperature. It was really hot. Although Ling Xiantong had already accepted the relationship between Miss Lu and the zombies here, even if he knew that the zombies here wouldn't hurt him, he still had the intention to avoid Lin Kuei and pesticide. Fortunately, those two guys didn't care about his small actions. Everyone stood quietly at the side and waited. They didn't know how long this brat's awakening would take. Everyone's physique was different anyway. Some would take a few hours, some would take a day or two. Some would fail, but most would succeed. Lin Qiao looked at the cup of lake water's energy quickly disappearing in Bao Xiaoguo's body. After her virus swallowed the original infected cells, the lake water's energy stimulated the repaired cells to grow. But the energy of a cup of lake water wasn't enough. Xie Dong, give him another cup of water, Lin Qiao suddenly said. Xie Dong immediately turned around and poured a cup of water for him, then fed it to Bao Xiaoguo. Ling Xiantong looked at the water that Xie Dong fed Bao Xiaoguo and looked at Lin Qiao in confusion. What was the effect of this water? Bring 2 more cups over. But Lin Qiao knew that if the lake water's energy was low, it could suppress Bao Xiaoguo's awakening, just like just now. But as long as the lake water's energy increased, it would speed up the awakening. So she asked Xie Dong to continue feeding Bao Xiaoguo water. When Bao Xiaoguo woke up, it was already dawn the next day. When he opened his eyes, the light in the living room didn't change much. Only 5 to 6 hours had passed. When Bao Xiaoguo woke up, he found himself lying on the sofa. He sat up in a daze and looked around. There was no one else in the living room. It was empty except for him. But there were 2 people at the door. When they noticed him sitting up, they immediately turned around to look at him. Bao Xiaoguo saw the 2 people at the door and suddenly thought of something. He immediately raised his hands and looked at them, but found that there were no changes to his hands. He rolled up his sleeves to take a look. His skin was still the same. It had not turned green or gray. And there was a circle of teeth marks on it. Above the teeth marks, there were 4 small holes. How could there be a small hole? That woman. Bao Xiaoguo was stunned, but then he threw this question to the back of his mind because he looked at the time. It was already the 2nd day. Why was he still conscious? Shouldn't I have become a zombie? He raised his hand to touch his face and opened his mouth. I am not dead. Then he saw the woman who had bitten him walking down the stairs. What death? I told you, I won't let you become a zombie. Alright, you can tell me where your sister is now. I'll bring her in for you. Lin Qiao said to him. Bao Xiaoguo was stunned and said, I just can't believe it. Could it be that I was dreaming yesterday? I suggest you bite yourself and see if it hurts. Lin Qiao smiled faintly. Of course, she was just saying it. Then she saw Bao Xiaoguo really bite her arm. Ah! It hurts. Bao Xiaoguo screamed in surprise, then his face was full of surprise and surprise. He looked up and suddenly saw a pair of zombie eyes behind Lin Qiao. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately reacted and took out the gun on his waist. Zombie! Zombie! Of course, he didn't care about zombies. What he cared about was that this zombie was alive. And he was standing behind the woman, so his reaction was completely subconscious. Xiao Xiao was shocked when he suddenly pointed a gun at her. She instantly hid behind Lin Qiao. Hey, you can't shoot the zombies here. Lin Qiao reached out and looked at him with a smile. Bao Xiaoguo looked at her in confusion, but he put down the gun in his hand. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't take the initiative to hurt you. Lin Qiao said to him, then turned around and walked out with Xiao Xiao. After a night of digesting, Xiao Xiao knew that she had no other choice. Even if she didn't want to, she had already become like this. But the unknown and confusion about the current situation made her very scared and helpless. So after seeing Lin Qiao, she didn't know why she subconsciously felt that she wouldn't hurt her. She only felt safe when she was with her. And there were a lot of auras around her that made her tremble with fear. It was very scary. Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you. You don't need to be so careful. Lin Qiao looked back at Xiao Xiao and said. Lin Qiao took her out of the building and then told her to stand still. Stand here and don't move. After Xiao Xiao stood there in a daze, she saw Lin Qiao disappear in a flash. But in the next moment, she felt Lin Qiao's aura appear on the other side. She turned her head and saw that there was a not very big lake on the other side. There were some strange animals on the other side of the lake. Then, she saw Lin Qiao grab another one from those animals, and then he appeared in front of her in a flash. Seeing that Lin Qiao had caught a mutant roe deer, the others immediately noticed her. Lin Qiao cleanly killed the roe deer, drained its blood, and skinned it. Her movements weren't any worse than those experienced hunters. After she quickly killed the whole roe deer and skinned it, Lu Tianyi immediately came over and silently took a leg. Then, he silently stood to the side and ate it. Beside him was Pesticide, but his expression was very conflicted. He looked at the meat with a look of disgust, and then looked at Lu Tianyi with a puzzled expression. His eyes flashed with all kinds of question marks. He clearly didn't know why Lu Tianyi was eating so happily. Lin Qiao cut off a piece of meat and said to Xiao Xiao, "Come, have a taste." Xiao Xiao looked at her blankly, her face full of confusion. Even if she didn't have memories, she still had common sense. At least she knew that zombies only ate human meat. But seeing Lin Qiao give her a piece of animal meat, it seemed like she really could eat it. She hesitated for a while, but still reached out to take it. Like a small animal, she first put the meat in front of her nose and smelled it. A strange smell came. Although it wasn't very fragrant, it was still acceptable. It just felt a little weird. Could this be eaten? And it was raw meat. Xiao Xiao was a little resistant, but the reason was because she wanted to eat raw meat. Chapter 655. Eat it. Think about your current identity. You can't eat human meat, right? Lin Qiao coaxed Xiao Xiao and said. Xiao Xiao looked at her and understood what she meant. She held the meat, but she couldn't put it directly into her mouth. She looked at Lin Qiao and saw that Lin Qiao was just smiling at her. Under Lin Qiao's gaze, Xiao Xiao hesitantly put the meat into her mouth. Although it didn't smell bad, it didn't make her want to eat it at all. Look at him. Lin Qiao suddenly pointed at Lu Tianyi on the other side. Since becoming a zombie, Lin Qiao has been used to eating like a beast. She didn't expect that Lu Tianyi didn't mind eating like this. Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Tianyi, who was eating with relish, then put the meat into her mouth and took a bite. She thought it would be hard to bite, but she found that it was very easy to bite. Although it wasn't as easy as biting tofu, it was a little chewy and smooth. A light sweetness slowly spread from her mouth. Xiao Xiao's eyes showed that she was a little confused as she chewed, but she still swallowed it in the end. See, it actually doesn't taste bad. Because after becoming a zombie, you can't taste the smell of blood and raw meat. Lin Qiao said with a smile. At the same time, when he saw Xiao Xiao take a second bite, his conjecture had been confirmed. Her virus was really overbearing. After waiting for Xiao Xiao to finish the whole piece of meat in confusion, she licked her fingers and reached out to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao smiled and cut a bigger piece of meat for her to eat. After Bao Xiaoguo came out of the living room, he looked at everything in front of him in a daze. All of this was beyond his common sense, so he couldn't react. He saw that the female zombie was eating raw meat. And it shouldn't be human meat, because there was a skinned animal corpse next to it. There were also 2 other zombies staying with these people peacefully. What was going on? And why did this female zombie's reaction seem to be more timid than him? Zombies can also feel fear. Advanced zombies. It didn't look like it. That's right, isn't this female zombie the ordinary zombie that the woman took out from the glass room? Why would this female zombie eat animal meat? Sigh, so strange. What was going on? What's with this female zombie? What about the other 2 male zombies? What was going on with this place? Bao Xiaoguo felt that his brain was about to short-circuit from all kinds of questions. You seem very troubled. Actually, I'm also very curious about what's going on. A voice rang out behind Bao Xiaoguo. Bao Xiaoguo turned around and saw a man standing beside him, watching the scene outside with interest. Not only him, but the other 2 zombies also had the same expression. In the end, everyone's gaze landed on the mysterious and beautiful woman. Who is she? Bao Xiaoguo murmured. I only know that her name is Lady Lu. Ling Xiantong looked straight at Lin Qiao and answered Bao Xiaoguo's question plainly. Lady Lu. Bao Xiaoguo repeated the name. All right, it's time to pick up your sister. Lin Qiao handed the remaining roe deer meat to Lu Tianyi to handle and turned to look at Bao Xiaoguo. As if she knew that Lin Qiao was about to leave, Xiao Xiao immediately went to Lin Qiao's side. She grabbed Lin Qiao's clothes with one hand and continued eating the raw meat with the other. Lin Qiao silently looked at the hand that was grabbing his clothes, and there was meat juice all over it. This time, not only did Bao Xiaoguo feel that this female zombie was timid, everyone else also had an expression of this child seems to be afraid of strangers. Lin Qiao sighed and said to Xiao Xiao, I'm going out to do something, it's inconvenient to bring you along. If you're afraid, why don't you go back to your room first? For some reason, ever since Xiao Xiao woke up, Lin Qiao felt that this girl had a very subtle connection with him. What was with this motherly and subservient connection? Knowing that Lin Qiao had decided not to take her out, Xiao Xiao could only give up on the idea of going out with her and obediently nodded. She didn't need Lin Qiao to take her back to her room, she let go of her hand and walked into the building. When she entered the door, she even looked back at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao walked in, walked past a few people standing at the door, walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at Bao Xiaoguo who also walked in. Tell me, where is your sister? Or, do you have something that she used on you? She leaned back on the sofa, slightly raised her chin and looked at Bao Xiaoguo who was standing in front of the coffee table. She is in the 3rd Civilian District in the outer A2 area. This is the jade that she used to wear. Bao Xiaogua hesitated for a moment, then took off the circular jade from his neck. Xie Dong, who was next to him, took the jade and gave it to Lin Qiao behind the sofa. Lin Qiao took it and looked at it, then put it under her nose and sniffed it, then handed it back to Xie Dong. Xie Dong took the jade back and gave it to Bao Xiaogua. Bao Xiaogua took the jade with a blank face and looked at Lin Qiao in confusion. I got it. I'll just wait here. Oh yeah, I don't know if you have realized, but your body is a little different. Lin Qiao stood up, threw a sentence and disappeared in front of everyone. What's different? Does it mean that I didn't become a zombie? Bao Xiaogua looked at the others in confusion. He already knew this, so she probably didn't need to remind him. Xie Dong and Lin Kuei couldn't speak, so they didn't answer him. You have awakened, didn't you realize? Only Ling Xiantong looked at him and said. Awakened? Bao Xiaogua looked at him blankly, and after a few seconds, he suddenly reacted, You mean, my superpower? Ling Xiantong nodded. Although the others didn't talk to Bao Xiaogua, they also looked at him curiously. Obviously, they were curious about what his superpower was like. Really? Why didn't I know? Bao Xiaogua couldn't believe it. The probability of a superpower awakening wasn't high, although Bao Xiaogua was looking forward to the day he could awaken his superpower, and then he wouldn't have to be bullied by others anymore. But after the apocalypse, he didn't make any movements, and his heart of anticipation had gradually cooled down. At this time, someone suddenly told him that he had awakened. Bao Xiaogua suddenly felt that it wasn't real. But this place doesn't seem to allow you to feel too obvious. You have to go out to feel the existence of the superpower. Ling Xiantong smiled. Right. This place is. Although Bao Xiaogua had vaguely guessed it, he still didn't dare to confirm it. This place was too big. How could a normal active space superpower user have such a big space? Chapter 656. On the other side, after Lin Qiao left the space, it was already dawn outside. She remembered the smell on the jade. In addition to Bao Xiaogua's, there was another faint smell. Although it was very faint, Lin Qiao still remembered it. The sky was already bright, but the sun hadn't risen yet. The cold morning wind filled the air with the morning mist. Lin Qiao slipped out from the underground of the square. After one night, the entire underground zombie prison had been completely sealed. However, it still didn't lock down Lin Qiao's movements. With Bao Xiaogua and Xiao Xiao's experiment, she didn't need to use ordinary zombies to test her theory. After leaving the underground prison, Lin Qiao jumped to the top of the tallest light pole around the square and stood there. She used her nose to carefully search for the other smell on Bao Xiaogua's jade. Huaxia Base was so big, and she didn't have a map. Even if she wanted to directly find the A2 area, she didn't know which direction it was. Therefore, she might as well find the smell first and follow the scent to find the place. However, this smell was not very easy to find. Huaxia Base was so big, even if Lin Qiao could smell the smell from more than 10 kilometers away, it still had to rely on the air to spread. So after smelling for a full half an hour, Lin Qiao finally distinguished the direction of Bao Xiaogua's sister from the many human smells. At the same time, she also knew the location of Li Zheng's team, but it was not time yet, so she wouldn't look for them for the time being. While Lin Qiao followed the smell to find Bao Xiaogua's sister, something strange happened in Min Province in Shaman Zombie City. A level 5 zombie was running at full speed. Its speed was twice as fast as a 200 km/h car, but it had only been out for less than 10 seconds. Suddenly, it was smashed to the ground by a zombie that fell from the sky. Bang dash, after a loud noise, the level 5 zombie was smashed to the top of an abandoned car, and the whole car was directly smashed into a discus. A figure squatted on the back of the level 5 zombie, pressing it tightly. Then its claws directly stabbed into the back of the struggling level 5 zombie's head, and after digging around, it took out a zombie core. After being stabbed in the back of the head, the level 5 zombie stopped moving. The figure that took out the level 5 zombie core did not have any reluctance to stay. It directly stood up, flashed, and quickly disappeared. The same thing was happening all over Shaman City. Therefore, the zombies below level 5 were being killed in large numbers and their zombie cores were being dug out. In addition to the ordinary zombies, the zombies between level 2 and 5 were being slaughtered. Meanwhile, the level 1 and level 2 kings that were level 6 and above had become hunters, and they were hunting the low-level zombies all over the city. Roar! At this time, a roar came from afar, causing all the level 6 and level 7 zombie kings to stop. Then, they all rushed towards the same direction. Not long after, they arrived at the tallest building in Shaman, the Shaman International Center building. Then, all of them quickly climbed to the top of the building. If the humans saw this lineup, they would immediately be terrified. 5 second-rank kings and 13 first-rank kings. The appearance of such a beast would make humans feel a sense of danger, but there were 18 of them gathered here. These zombie kings all appeared on the roof of this building, but they only did the same thing. They carried out a pile of zombie cores, walked to the middle of the roof, and piled them all on the ground. Then, they all stepped back and stood at the edge of the roof, quietly waiting for something. After a dozen seconds, 2 figures walked out of the stairwell. Judging from their figures, it was a man and a woman. The woman followed behind the man, and the man walked towards the pile of zombie cores. This man and woman were also not human, but their pitch-black pupilless zombie eyes were calm and steady. After he picked up the pile of zombie cores, he turned around and jumped to the edge of the building with the woman behind him. Then, they flashed in the direction of Haiqing and soon, they disappeared. After they dashed out, the other zombie kings on the second floor also dashed out in the same direction. That night, in the Universal Base in the Uptown, Chio Lily and Elmar were both stunned at the same time. Then, they both jumped to the top of the building and looked in the direction of Haiqing District, their expressions uncertain. "What did you feel?" Chio Lily asked Elmarch. She had the wind element. Although she could sense something from the wind, in terms of perception, Elmar, who had the Logia element, was actually more accurate than her. Elmar's expression was solemn. She retracted her gaze from Haiqing District and slightly lowered her eyes to think. After a while, she raised her eyes and looked at Chio Lily. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. It appeared. Chio Lily frowned and asked, "Really?" Elmar didn't say anything else, but she nodded. Chio Lily couldn't help but put her finger in her mouth and bit it. "But I don't know when Xiao Qiao and the others will come back." Elmar said, "It doesn't matter. The enemy doesn't seem to be targeting us. We still have time. But even if they are targeting Haiqing, we can't just stand by and watch." Chio Lily removed her finger and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Let's go down and discuss with Yuan Tianqing and the others." Elmar thought about it and said. Chio Lily nodded. "That's the only way." Lin Qiao, who was still in the Huaxia base, quickly found the location of Bao Xiaogua's sister. Although it was called a civilian area, it was actually an area where ordinary people lived. There were no ability users here, and only ordinary people lived here. Because they were ordinary people, the living conditions here were naturally very poor, and the security was also very poor. Lin Qiao followed the smell that was getting closer and closer. When she found the location of Bao Xiaogua's sister, she was in a dormitory building with many people living there. The dormitory building here was a single-room dormitory building, and each room was not big. The 6-story building had more than a dozen single rooms on each floor. However, there were more than 6 people living in each single room. Although it was broad daylight, most people still stayed in their rooms and did not go out. Because there was no work and the weather was cold, they just stayed in their own homes and did not come out. When Lin Xiao found the room where Bao Xiao's sister was, she was surprised to find that the room was full of men. When she saw Bao Xiao's sister, she suddenly felt that this girl's way of thinking was very different. Because no matter how she looked at it, it was impossible to tell that the person in front of her was a girl. Apart from being a little petite, she had a dark yellow face, thick eyebrows, and extremely short hair that was only a little longer than the roots of a crew cut. She was wearing a gray cotton shirt and pants. Her clothes were very old, and although they were not clean, they were not very dirty either. She looked like a very inconspicuous little boy. Her eyes were calm, but there was a flash of light from time to time. Chapter 657. Xiaoying, it's time to go. If you're late, you won't get to fight for it. At this time, another man in his 30s jumped down from the 2-tier bed frame and said to Bao Xiao's sister, Bao Xiaoying. Bao Xiaoying didn't say anything, but she nodded and took out a stainless steel lunch box from the bucket under the bed. The man who called her was already used to her reaction, so he took out his lunchbox and followed Bao Xiaoying out. It was only 7 o'clock, but they weren't going for breakfast. Lin Xiao followed them and found that the man with Bao Xiaoying didn't know Bao Xiaoying's real gender. The two of them walking together actually looked very subtle. The man in his 30s was tall and burly, about 1.9 meters tall. Bao Xiaoying, on the other hand, was only about 1.5 meters tall. When the two of them walked past, the people around them just looked at them silently, but no one talked to them. Their eyes were all cold, fearful, or respectful, and they didn't dare to approach. Lin Xiao looked around, and when she looked at Bao Xiaoying again, she was a little surprised. Because these people weren't afraid of the 1.9 meters tall man, but the petite Bao Xiaoying. Interesting. With this discovery, Lin Xiao had a hint of a smile in his eyes. She followed Bao Xiaoying with great interest. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a square and saw that there were already a lot of people waiting in line in front of the square in the cold wind. The square was very big. Even though it was early in the morning, there were already a lot of people here. At the end of the line was a row of long tables. The long tables blocked the people in the square, and behind the long tables was a 2-story building. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew what was going on. This was the place where food was distributed. Many people didn't have jobs in winter, so the base would take out the stored food to make some steamed buns and biscuits, and then give 1 or 2 to each person. But because of the large number of people, the amount of food provided every night was not enough. So in order not to starve, many people got up early in the morning to wait for the food distribution at noon. Of course, Lin Xiao had seen the scene of food distribution. After all, she was the leader. Although these things were done by the management staff, she still had to go down occasionally to investigate. On one hand, he wanted to see if there were any problems that needed improvement, and on the other hand, he wanted to see if the management staff could do good things. Usually, when food was distributed, there would be a large number of soldiers to maintain order. For example, even though it was still early in the morning and it wasn't time for food distribution, there were already soldiers armed with real guns standing around the square. Because there were so many people, they had to watch the match. Xiaoying, put on your hat. I feel cold just looking at it. The man standing behind Bao Xiaoying stared at Bao Xiaoying's head and couldn't help but say. Even though Bao Xiaoying's hood was right in front of him, he didn't attack her directly. Instead, he opened his mouth to remind her. Bao Xiaoying looked back at him calmly. She took her hand out of her pocket and pulled the hat over her head. How nice would it be if you grew taller? You can join the army. With your wolf-like ferocity, you can definitely make a name for yourself in the army. It's a pity, you can't meet the requirements, the man muttered regretfully behind her. Bao Xiaoying did not make a sound, nor did she turn around. In fact, she wasn't interested in joining the army, so she didn't have any objections to her height. After all, if she wanted to join the army, her identity would be directly exposed. Lin Qiao, on the other hand, stared at the empty left sleeve of the tall man thoughtfully. These two seemed to have a good relationship. There were too many people here, so she couldn't attack directly. Also, Bao Xiaoying was with the man with the broken arm. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Qiao could only wait. She left the square and climbed a tree next to her to lie down. She could only wait until they got their food and left. After 11 o'clock in the morning, the square was already crowded with people. There were voices everywhere, and it was noisy and lively. Those who went too far directly started fighting, but the result was that the surrounding soldiers quickly pointed guns at their heads, and they couldn't eat today. Not to mention today, they were not allowed to come for 3 days. When the base staff brought out the baskets of steamed buns, there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. Don't push, don't push. Everyone has it. Everyone has it. The manager shouted behind the staff with a loudspeaker. Bao Xiaoying and the man, who had been waiting in the square for a few hours, queued for another half an hour before they took 2 coarse grain buns and walked to the side. There were many large buckets next to them, and the buckets were filled with boiling water. Bao Xiaoying directly stuffed one of the 2 buns into her pocket, and held the other in her hand. She used the stainless steel box in her hand to fill a box of boiling water. The man behind her only had one hand, so after he took the buns with his mouth, he immediately stuffed them into her pocket. After stuffing both buns into her pocket, he took the basin to fill the water. When they walked out of the square and walked back, Lin Qiao followed them. When the two returned to their residence, Lin Qiao sensed a few breaths in their room. She recognized them. She seemed to have sensed those breaths in the zombie prison last night. They came quite quickly, as soon as the sky brightened. Bao Xiaoying and the man didn't know that there were strangers in their residence, so when the two returned to the door, Bao Xiaoying stopped when she grabbed the door handle. What's wrong? Hurry up and open the door, it's freezing outside. Hurry up and go in to eat, or else the buns will harden. The man behind her saw that Bao Xiaoying didn't open the door immediately, so he immediately urged her. As soon as he spoke, Bao Xiaoying didn't open the door. She suddenly turned around and threw the basin of water in her hand, pushed the tall man away, and ran in the direction of the stairs. Bang dash, before the tall man who was suddenly pushed to the side could react, he saw the door was immediately opened from the inside. Several armed soldiers quickly rushed out of the room and chased in the direction of Bao Xiaoying. They completely ignored the tall man who was pushed to the side. Stop, if you run, we'll shoot. After a few soldiers quickly chased out, they saw Bao Xiaoying's figure flash and disappear into the corridor in the blink of an eye. Bang dash, a gunshot rang out, and the figures of the soldiers quickly disappeared in the direction of Bao Xiaoying. Only the tall man was left staring in the direction of where they disappeared with a face of shock. He had no idea what was going on and what happened. But it was obvious that the other party came for Bao Xiaoying. Fortunately, Bao Xiaoying's observation ability was sharper than ordinary people, so she found some clues while standing at the door. Chapter 658. Lin Qiao flipped down the corridor and went down 1 floor. Bao Xiaoying had already rushed down. The soldiers were chasing after her. No matter how fast Bao Xiaoying ran, she couldn't dodge bullets as an ordinary person. Stop. We'll shoot if you keep running. The soldiers behind shouted at Bao Xiaoying as they quickly rushed down the stairs. Lin Qiao jumped down the stairs and landed at the entrance of the staircase on the first floor. Bao Xiaoying ran very fast. She went down the first floor and rushed out of the staircase. However, the moment she rushed out, Lin Qiao immediately stretched out his arm and hooked it around Bao Xiaoying's neck. The two of them disappeared in the next second. Just as the two of them disappeared, the pursuers rushed down from the upper floor. However, when they went down the staircase, they were stunned because they had lost track of Bao Xiaoying. Gone. So fast. Split up and look for her. Then, another person ran down from upstairs. It was the man who was with Bao Xiaoying. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Why were the soldiers in their house? And they were so unfriendly. Did Bao Xiaoying offend someone? Or did she do something that violated the rules of the base? He didn't know any of this, so he was very anxious. When Bao Xiaoying was suddenly hooked around her neck, she realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, her vision blurred. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was no longer in her house. Xiaoying. Just as Bao Xiaoying was vigilantly observing her surroundings, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Bao Xiaoying was stunned and looked over in surprise. Sure enough, it was her brother. Bao Xiaoguo rushed over and grabbed her shoulders. He said happily, "That's great, you're fine." "What do you mean I'm fine?" "I was just being chased," Lin Qiao said calmly and then sat down on the sofa. Bao Xiaoguo was shocked and turned to look at Lin Qiao. "Didn't those people control Xiaoying long ago?" Lin Qiao said, "I didn't say that." Bao Xiaoguo looked at Bao Xiaoying and asked, "Didn't you meet those people before?" Bao Xiaoying shook her head. Seeing that her brother was here, she relaxed slightly. But what was happening? She looked at Bao Xiaoguo in confusion. Bao Xiaoguo met his sister's gaze and immediately understood what she meant. He explained, "Those people originally came for me, but something unexpected happened. That's why they attacked you. But it doesn't matter now. We can live in another place in the future." Bao Xiaoguo glanced at Lin Qiao as he spoke. Other than Bao Xiaoguo, no one else was in the living room. "Take her to your room to rest first. It's not cold here, so there's no need to wear so much. I'll get someone to send you some clothes later. You two stay in the room and don't come out for the time being." Lin Qiao looked at Bao Xiaoguo and Bao Xiaoying and said, "Oh." Bao Xiaoguo nodded and pulled Bao Xiaoying upstairs. Bao Xiaoying squeezed her brother's hand and looked at him inquiringly. As Bao Xiaoguo pulled her up, he felt something strange in his hand. He looked back at her and said, "There's no place for us to stay in Huaxia anymore, so let's leave first. I don't even know her identity. But she's not a bad person. She saved my life, and now she saved you. We both owe her our lives, so we'll follow her wherever she goes in the future." Bao Xiaoying looked at him and her eyes flashed. Then she nodded and followed him upstairs. Lin Qiao walked out of the living room and thought about what happened before. Then she turned around and walked towards the back of the building. Seeing her coming over, the zombies in the back slightly stirred. Because she rarely came here, she would directly call them to the open space in front of the building if there was anything. Now that she suddenly ran to the back, the zombies didn't know why they had a strange premonition. Soon, Lin Qiao chose one from the level 3, 4, and 5. "Follow me to the front," Lin Qiao said and turned to walk to the open space in front of the building. She called Lu Tianyi who was in the vegetable field and asked, "Do you still have the deer meat from before?" Lu Tianyi pointed to the kitchen in the building and nodded. Of course, he wouldn't finish the whole deer. After eating one leg, he already felt full, so he cut the rest into pieces and put them in the kitchen. Lin Chao nodded. Go in and prepare 3 pieces of meat. Lu Tianyi turned around and entered the building. Pesticide, who was still catching insects in the vegetable field, raised his head and looked at Lin Chao and then looked at Lu Tianyi. This time, he didn't follow them out of curiosity. Obviously, he wasn't interested. But looking at the 3 zombies that Lin Chao brought out, Pesticide squatted on the ground and hugged his legs. He wanted to see what Lin Chao was going to do next. Lin Chao stood in front of the 3 zombies and looked at them. The level 5 zombie was a fire-type female zombie. Looking at her messy short hair, she wasn't short, about 1.68 meters. She looked like a tomboy like Bao Xiaoying. But her appearance was still quite good, but it was ruined by a pair of big black eyes and purple lips. In her dark eyes, a pair of flashing red eyes stared at Lin Chao with vigilance and fear. There weren't many level 5 zombies in her space. This was the only female one. Lin Chao looked at her body. She had already ordered her to change her clothes. She was clean, but her skin looked like it hadn't been bathed for many days. After thinking about it, Lin Chao turned around and looked at Xie Dong. Let me wash it, I can't eat it like this. Xie Dong, who was standing by the door, silently turned around and went in. Lin Chao looked upstairs. Ling Xiantong and Xiao Xiao were both in their rooms. The Bao siblings also went in and didn't come out. Apart from Lin Kuei, there was no one else at the door. Although Ling Xiantong knew everything she did, he didn't know that she was a zombie. But seeing that she bit people and zombies, Ling Xuantong's research interest was probably aroused. She hoped that this guy didn't want to use her as a test subject. Perhaps she could also use his skills to figure out the secret of her identity. Lin Chao looked at the 3 zombies in front of her. She didn't know what they would become after she replaced them with the virus. Would they still be the same as Xiao Xiao? Could they eat animal meat? Or would they awaken their memories? Looking at Xiao Xiao's example, Lin Chao felt that it was very likely that they would awaken their memories and eat meat. After a while, Xie Dong came out with a basin of water and a towel. He walked to Lin Chao's side and asked her to wring out the towel from the basin. Come, you 3, come over and wash your hands. After Lin Chao wrung out the towel, she waved at the 3 zombies. Chapter 659. The 3 zombies that Lin Chao called over, 2 males and 1 female, walked over and reached into the basin. Lin Chao quickly stopped them. Hey, wait a minute. Then she covered their hands with a towel and washed them one by one. Then she threw the towel into the basin and waved at Xie Dong. Xie Dong took the water and retreated to the side, but he didn't go back. Lin Chao waved at the 3 zombies. Go back and stand properly. The 3 zombies retreated a few steps in a row, and then separated to stand properly. Lin Chao then walked to the front of the level 3 zombie, then reached out and grabbed the hand that had been washed. The level 3 zombie's heart was alarmed. He couldn't help but look at Lin Chao in panic. Roar dash. Lin Chao looked at him, didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand, lowered his head and bit down. Wu dash. The level 3 zombie's body was stiff, his eyes looking at Lin Chao became frightened. Lin Chao's teeth pierced into his flesh for 3 seconds, then she let go. Bah, so salty. Lin Chao tilted her head and spat out saliva, then murmured. In fact, she didn't taste anything at all, it was just a psychological effect that she felt salty. She took a few steps back and looked at the level 3 zombie's reaction. She saw his body was stiff. After a few seconds, he began to twitch, then his body fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. Woo, roar dash. The level 3 zombie let out an instinctive painful roar, but could only twitch on the ground. After the other 2 zombies saw this scene, they were scared. They took 2 steps back, turned around and wanted to run. Well. Lin Qiao turned her head, her eyes flashed a cold light as she stared at them, her mouth softly snorted. Then the two level 4 and 5 zombies didn't dare to move, their bodies stiff in the same place. After Lin Qiao saw that they didn't dare to move, she turned back and continued to look at the level 3 zombie. Roar dash, the level 3 zombie seemed to be in pain. After twitching on the ground for a while, it began to roll uncontrollably. Generally speaking, as zombies can no longer feel pain. But now, this level 3 zombie seemed to be in great pain. His roar clearly conveyed this kind of strong emotion. Lin Qiao recalled Xiao Xiao's expression and seemed to have screamed. It seemed that when her virus invaded their bodies, it caused them to feel pain. In addition to the two frightened zombies, Lin Kuei, Xie Dong, and Lu Tianyi quietly looked at the level 3 zombie on the ground. At the same time, Pesticide was also shocked. When he saw the zombie lying on the ground, he jumped up in fright. Like a wisp of smoke, she ran to the back of the building. When the zombies behind them heard the howl of the level 3 zombie, they all began to shrink back into the small space to hide. The cries of the level 3 zombies not only scared the other zombies, but also the other people in the building. Ling Xiantong ran from the house to the balcony and looked up and down while Xiao Xiao hid at the foot of the bed. Bao Xiaoying looked at Bao Xiaoguo in surprise. She could tell that it was a zombie's voice. But how could there be zombies here? Was there a group of zombies around? Although Bao Xiaoguo was confused, he thought about the female zombie that was bitten. He seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't understand what was going on. Just like before, he was confused. After watching the zombie roar and roll for a few minutes, the sound of the level 3 zombie gradually became softer. Its body stopped rolling, but it maintained a stiff posture and continued to twitch. Lin Qiao and the others quietly stood at the side until the body of the level 3 zombie stopped twitching. They looked at the time and found that less than half an hour had passed. Just like Xiao Xiao, it also took half an hour. They didn't know how long it would take for it to wake up. It seemed that the virus didn't even affect the zombie's level. Lin Qiao walked to the side of the level 3 zombie and squatted down to look at it. He saw that the virus in its body was almost completely eroded. Xiao Xiao woke up immediately after her body stopped twitching. He didn't know if this zombie could wake up directly. Moreover, Lin Qiao could already feel the same connection between him and Xiao Xiao from this level 3 zombie. Just when everyone was looking at the level 3 zombie, it didn't disappoint them and quickly woke up. After opening its eyes, it sat up in a daze. Its eyes didn't move. After sitting like this for a few seconds, it suddenly turned its head and looked around. Finally, its eyes fixed on Lin Qiao. Sure enough, it had this reaction. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed. After seeing Lin Qiao, the zombie's eyes began to become clear. It climbed up and looked around in a daze. Finally, it looked at its hand in confusion. Then it raised its head, looked at Lin Qiao and then looked at the others. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something. Roar? I didn't die. It asked. Lin Qiao nodded, yes, you didn't die. Although it didn't die, its IQ seemed to have increased, but it didn't directly level up. The level 3 zombie looked at Lin Qiao blankly, like a curious baby. Lin Qiao looked at it and asked, do you know who you are? Do you remember anything? The level 3 zombie just looked at her blankly for a few seconds and then shook its head. Lin Qiao then looked at Lu Tianyi, give me the meat. Lu Tianyi was holding a plate with several pieces of roe deer meat in it. He walked in front of Lin Qiao and extended the plate to her. Lin Qiao took out a palm-sized piece of meat and waved at the level 3 zombie, come here. The level 3 zombie walked over and stared at the meat in her hand in confusion. Lin Qiao directly handed the meat to him and said, "Eat it." Although the level 3 zombie obediently took the meat, it still couldn't help but look at Lin Qiao. Then it put the meat under its nose and smelled it. After confirming that it didn't smell bad, it opened its mouth and took a bite. Before biting into its mouth, the level 3 zombie didn't understand why Lin Qiao wanted it to eat this. In its instinct, it didn't seem to be normal food, and it didn't smell good. But why did the zombie boss in front of it want it to eat? But when the meat entered its mouth, it found that it didn't taste bad. Why didn't it taste bad? This question made the level 3 zombie feel that something was wrong, but it couldn't think of a reason. Lin Qiao walked in front of Xie Dong and wiped her hands with a towel. Then she looked at the level 3 zombie's reaction. Seeing him with a strange look on his face, he finished the piece of meat while munching on it. Chapter 660. Is it delicious? Lin Qiao looked at him and asked. After the level 3 zombie finished eating, it started sucking on its fingers. Hearing Lin Qiao's question, he nodded. Lin Qiao nodded and said, "As long as it's delicious." "Okay, you go to the side and stand properly." Then she turned to look at the other 2 zombies that had washed their hands and waved to the level 4 zombie, "It's your turn." Roar dash, the level 4 zombie was scared and took a step back. After seeing Lin Qiao's expression become a bit cold, he carefully walked towards her. He also knew that if he angered the boss, he would be directly killed. But the message conveyed by the same kind of cry was so terrible that he felt very scared. Lin Qiao silently waited for him to come in front of her and said with a blank face, "Give me your hand." The level 4 zombie stretched out his hand. Lin Qiao looked at the unwashed hand and said, "That one." The level 4 zombie took back his hand and quickly changed to the other hand that had just been washed. Then he closed his eyes and turned his face to the other side, not daring to look at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao opened her teeth and grabbed the zombie's hand and bit down. After 3 seconds, she let go. Roar dash, just like the previous level 3 zombie, this level 4 zombie also let out a roar. His whole body suddenly burst out a cold mist. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by 20 degrees. This was an ice-type level 4 zombie, so this time its reaction and ability also showed a riot. Lin Qiao took 2 steps back and reached out to grab the ice-type zombie. Soon, the cold mist around him melted away before it could turn into ice. Roar dash, the ice-type zombie didn't notice his ability at this time. He just painfully bent his legs and knelt on the ground. Then he held his chest and began to twitch. Lin Qiao suppressed the ability of the ice-type zombie and watched it twitch on the ground. Then it began to roll on the ground like the previous one. After half an hour, the movement of the ice-type zombie stopped. He quickly opened his eyes and then climbed up. Lin Qiao handed a piece of meat to him, "Eat it." After looking at the situation of the level 3 zombie, the level 4 zombie's expression was a bit confused. However, he subconsciously obeyed Lin Qiao's words. After he took a bite of the raw deer meat, his expression froze for a moment. He looked like a child who had just found a delicious snack. He was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Lin Qiao looked at the last level 5 female zombie and asked her to come over. The female zombie looked at the 2 zombies that had been bitten by her boss, and it seemed that they weren't hurt at all. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she was afraid, at least she wouldn't die. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. The female zombie thought so she wasn't as scared as the previous 2 zombies. She obediently walked in front of Lin Qiao. Without waiting for Lin Qiao to speak, she automatically extended her washed hand to her. Lin Qiao glanced at her, then opened her mouth and bit down. She then let go and took a few steps back. She looked at the female zombie and screamed. When the flames on her body rose, she reached out to suppress the energy of her ability. In this way, the 3 zombies were all bitten by Lin Qiao. Suddenly, there was a kind of ritual that Western vampires performed. It made the 3 zombies different from normal zombies. When the female zombie woke up, Lin Qiao handed her the meat and watched her eat it happily. Lin Qiao then turned around and went into the small building. She went to the kitchen and took a cup of water. She wanted to rinse her mouth. Well, she had bitten 4 zombies and a human today. Although she knew that there wouldn't be a bacterial infection, she still felt weird. After coming out, she saw that the 3 zombies were all standing in the same place, but their eyes were still staring at the plate in Lu Tiany's hand. Although there was no meat on the plate, Lin Qiao saw that they were still in a state of hunger. She knew that the piece of meat had completely aroused their hunger. She looked back at Lu Tiany and said, "Take out another half and give it to the 3 of them." Lu Tiany turned around and left. Lin Qiao looked back at the 3 zombies and then said to them, "You 3 are different from the others. I'll give you a name. I can't call you number 1 or number 2 in the base, let me think." She looked at the level 5 female zombie and then looked at the other 2 male zombies. What should she call them? What do you want to call yourselves? Lin Qiao thought for a while and was too lazy to give names, so she directly asked the 3 zombies in front of her. She knew that although she had changed the virus, it only changed their bodies. It didn't make them recover their memories or really remember anything. However, what she said was easier for them to understand than before. The level 3 zombie looked at Lin Qiao blankly. "Roar." Lin Qiao nodded. "Song. Well, you will be called Song from now on. Maybe one day you will also recover your memories and remember your names." She continued to walk in front of the level 4 zombie and looked at him. "What about you?" The level 4 zombie slightly showed an expression of thinking. "Roar. Insect." Lin Qiao looked at him with a strange expression. "Roar dash." The level 4 zombie was dissatisfied and corrected him. Onion." Lin Qiao's expression was even more strange. "Roar dash." The level 4 zombie was a bit angry. He clearly didn't say that word. Chong, right. Okay, I got it. Ah, Chong. Lin Qiao finally understood and nodded. The level 4 cold zombie Ah Chong finally nodded. Lin Qiao then walked in front of the level 5 female zombie and asked, "What is your name?" The level 5 female zombie looked at Lin Qiao and then hesitantly opened her mouth and softly roared. "Roar. Roar. Jin Yen. Good name. Okay, remember your names. If you don't respond when I call you, I will beat you up." Lin Qiao clapped her hands and the 3 zombies' code names appeared. She turned to look at the others and saw that Lin Kuei and Xie Dong were still watching the fun. Lin Qiao suddenly stared at Xie Dong. "Do you want to eat meat?" Xie Dong was stunned and then suddenly reacted. "As you can see, my virus directly changed their physiques. From the looks of the first guy I bit, it seems that other than benefits, there are no disadvantages. You can't just drink the water from my lake, right? Your mouth is so bland, look at how much that kid enjoys it." Lin Qiao said and pointed at Lu Tiany, who was holding a big plate of meat. Xie Dong was speechless. He really wanted to admit that his mouth was really bland. Looking at the 3 zombies who suddenly had names, Xie Dong thought for a few seconds and then nodded. Because they looked like they were enjoying the food. Was it really that good? Chapter 661. Lin Qiao looked at him, thought for a while, and said, "I feel that biting these zombies to mutate isn't a solution. It would be great if I could use another method to introduce my virus into them. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised one hand to touch her chin, and then spread her fingers in front of her eyes. Schwa, sharp black fingernails popped out. Since it was the virus in her body, she shouldn't need to bite them, right? She had to use another method. After thinking for a while, she turned around and walked toward the back of the building. While walking, she said, "Xia Dong, bring a few glasses and a bottle of water." When Xia Dong walked to the back with 5 or 6 empty glasses and a bottle of water, he saw Lin Qiao holding a zombie in her hand in the first small space. Her fingernails had already pierced deeply into the zombie's skin. After seeing Xia Dong, Lin Qiao released her hand and watched the zombie fall stiffly in front of her. The other zombies were all tightly leaning against the walls of the small space as if they were avoiding the plague. Obviously, they were very resistant to being near Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao took a few steps back and silently watched the zombie's reaction. However, after a few minutes, the zombie was still lying stiffly on the ground. It didn't have the same painful reaction as the previous zombies. Could it be dead? Lin Qiao squatted on the ground and stared blankly at the zombie on the ground. She found that the zombie wasn't dead, but the virus in its body was being eroded by her virus. However, the process was much slower than when she used her teeth to bite it. Just like the zombies in front of her just now, her virus was very obviously flying speed. However, at this point, it could only run at a jogging speed, so this entire process made the zombie enter a certain state, appearing to be stiff. It seemed that this guy's reaction wouldn't be effective so quickly. Then, she could only try another method. Lin Qiao stood up and turned around to take a cup from Xia Dong's body. Then, she raised her other hand and clenched her fist. However, she didn't retract her fingernails. Instead, she dug them into her palm. Thick black blood flowed from her palm and dripped into the glass. Roar! The moment her blood flowed out, the surrounding zombies immediately lost their calm. They all screamed in fear and wanted to shrink back into the wall of the space. Xia Dong's body stiffened as well. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lin Qiao raised his head and looked back at Xia Dong. He sighed and said, "Forget it. Just wait outside." Xia Dong nodded. After some thought, he endured the pressure and placed the other cups and water behind Lin Qiao. Then, he quickly turned around and left. Not to mention the zombies in the small space where Lin Qiao was, the zombies in the other 2 small spaces and the other zombies in front of the small building all felt the unbridled sense of danger from Lin Qiao, and it was an increased level. At the same time, there was also a faint fragrance that spread along with this aura. It was similar to a human's fragrance, but it was much more soothing and light. Lu Tianyi, Lin Kuei, and the others did not know what was going on. When they saw Xia Dong running back in a panic, they looked at him curiously. Lin Kuei didn't feel as depressed as the other zombies, but he was still afraid of this aura. At the same time, he was extremely curious. What was that female zombie doing? After the blood in Lin Qiao's hand flowed for a while, the wound on her palm automatically stopped bleeding. She looked at the cup in her hand. It was only 2/10 of the capacity. But such a small amount of blood was enough to make the level 3 zombies in the small space afraid to move. Lin Qiao divided the blood in the cup into other cups and then poured water into them, diluting her blood with a ratio of 95:5. The water in the cup and her blood mixed into a light brown liquid. After she poured the water into the blood that was divided into several portions, the emotions of the zombies gradually calmed down. The fragrance in her blood that filled the small space also dissipated. "Come here." Lin Qiao picked up a cup of blood and waved at the female zombie closest to her. Roar dash! The female zombie responded to her in panic, but she didn't dare to take a step towards Lin Qiao. "I said, come here." Are you disobedient? Lin Qiao's expression was cold. Awoo, the female zombie immediately roared with grievance. Although she was still very resistant, she had to walk towards Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao waited for her to come closer, then handed over the water in her hand. Drink it. The female zombie took the cup, but her hand holding the cup was slightly trembling. She looked at the cup in her hand as if she was looking at something scary. But she didn't dare to disobey Lin Qiao's words, so she hesitated and froze in place. Lin Qiao didn't rush her, just stood there and waited for her to drink it herself. She knew that her blood had a great impact on them, but she was also very speechless that she was so afraid. It seemed to be more terrifying than her. The female zombie finally closed her eyes like a human, and then poured all the water in the cup into her mouth. Gulu gulu, she drank it down. Lin Qiao reached out and took the cup back, then looked at the female zombie's reaction. After the female zombie finished drinking the water, she began to cover her throat and staggered back a few steps. Go to the side. Lin Qiao pointed to the side to the female zombie. The female zombie swayed over with a painful expression, then bent her legs and sat on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After sitting on the ground, she forcefully covered her neck, and a strange sound came out of her throat. Lin Qiao slightly squinted his eyes, using his special vision to see the changes from her esophagus to her stomach. After diluting the blood virus with the lake water, it was more effective than biting with her nails and teeth, and the reaction time was faster. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, the female zombie began to roll on the ground. The surrounding zombies were so scared that they all retreated to another position. As for the zombie whose skin had been pierced by her nails, it was still stiff. Different methods, different degrees of reaction. Whoa, roar dash. The female zombie was obviously very uncomfortable, and her cry was also shrill. Lin Qiao looked at her reaction, only a few minutes later. This female zombie's movement completely stopped, and then quickly woke up. He called another 2 zombies to come forward, and let them drink 2 cups of water. The result was still the same as the female zombie. The final conclusion was that whether Lin Qiao bit them, scratched them with her nails, or made them drink water mixed with her blood, the original virus in their bodies would be completely replaced. And her virus quickly multiplied in their body, expanding and taking root, and then maintained their vitality and energy. Lin Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. This result was what she wanted. Chapter 662. The fastest way was still to use her blood. But she hadn't studied how diluted the blood was yet. With the amount she had just used, she felt like she had used too much. After all, it was her blood. She couldn't waste it. After naming the 3 zombies that she had experimented on, Lin Qiao poured the rest of the water into a bottle and stored it. When she put away the cups and brought them to the front of the building, she found that Lu Tianyi had set up a table for Jing Yan and the others to eat at the table. While they were eating, although their food was raw meat, looking at them as zombies, this situation was still very humane. Seeing Lin Qiao walk over, the 3 zombies instinctively put down the meat in their hands and stood up, looking at her timidly. You guys continue. Lin Qiao said with a faint smile, then put the cup in her hand on the table. She took out a cup and poured half of her diluted blood into it, then said to Xie Dong, Here, drink it. Xie Dong walked over and took the cup. He knew that this was Lin Qiao diluted it, but he didn't know if it was because of the dilution, or because his level was higher, so he didn't feel much fear. At most, he felt some inexplicable resistance. Drink half of it first, let me see if it has any effect. Lin Qiao told him at this time. Xie Dong endured the resistance in his heart, but his face was expressionless as he raised the cup and drank it. After drinking, he suddenly put the cup on the table with a bang. Then he quickly frowned and covered his neck with his other hand. Seeing that Xie Dong only drank half a cup, Lin Qiao secretly thought about how to distribute her blood to the zombies in the future. As the number of zombies around her increased, in order to let them eat animal meat and change their desire for human meat, she still needed to use her virus to filter the zombie army's virus. And there was another advantage: it was easier to control. Because she found that the zombies that were infected by her virus had a maternal and subordinate relationship, which made it easier for her to control the zombies' will. In terms of sensing, it also became more sensitive. Xie Dong arched his body in pain, but he still realized that he was on the other side of Lin Qiao and the table, so he resisted the pain and retreated a distance before falling to the ground. Woo! He clenched his teeth and didn't roar like the other zombies. But looking at his expression and his bulging veins, it was obvious how much pain he was in. He didn't know if it was because Xie Dong's level was higher than the 3 zombies behind him, or if it was because he only drank half a cup of water, but Xie Dong's reaction time was much longer. After a full half an hour, his body finally stopped convulsing and trembling. Lin Qiao watched his reaction and suddenly saw a head pop out from the corner of the building. It turned out that Farmer Mo could not hold back his curiosity and came over to watch. "Come here." Lin Qiao waved at him. "Whoa!" Pesticide was startled. Being waved by Lin Qiao, he immediately had a bad premonition. "Drink it." Lin Qiao poured him half a cup and handed it over. Roar dash, although Pesticide was on high alert, he looked at Xie Dong and then at the 3 zombies that continued to eat. In the end, he couldn't resist Lin Qiao's pressure and came over. After taking the cup from Lin Qiao's hand, although he resisted, he did not hesitate. Instead, with an expression of desperation, he closed his eyes and poured the liquid in the cup down his throat. Then, he naturally curled up on the ground like Xie Dong, but he didn't grit his teeth and suppress his roar like Xie Dong. "Ugh!" Lin Qiao was shocked. He endured the headache and quickly made his move. He used the power of space to suppress Pesticide's power. She had almost forgotten that this was a spiritual-type intelligent zombie. Xie Dong, who had just staggered to his feet, felt his legs go weak from the mental attack, and he almost fell down again. Fortunately, Lin Qiao managed to suppress Pesticide Explosion's mental power in time. Although level 7, Lin Qiao and Lin Kuei would not be affected much, at most a slight headache. However, the players who were level 5 and below felt as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. At this time, in the upper city of Hangzhou, Qiu Lily, Elmar, and the others were on high alert. Everyone was sent back to the hotel base, and the entire army was guarding against the outside. What are our chances of winning? Yuan Tianqing's face was gloomy, but he didn't seem to be panicking. The enemy has at least 10 level 1 kings, and 5 level 2 kings. There's also one that we can't sense at all, but we can sense great danger. If I'm not wrong, that should be the zombie emperor that all the bases have been talking about. Elmar frowned and said with a serious expression. "I didn't expect them to find us. I thought we would be able to escape." Qiu Lily also frowned. Originally, when they sensed the danger, they thought that the enemy would directly go past them and rush toward Haiqing. They didn't expect the enemy to stop halfway and turn toward them. When Qiu Lily and Elmar reacted in time, they had no chance to escape. They were now trapped. The circle of zombies that Lin Qiao was originally a line of defense had all turned around and surrounded them with a wall. Even Qiu Lily and Elmar, who were level 7 level 2 kings, couldn't order them around. Hearing Elmar's words, Yuan Tianqing's expression was slightly stunned, and then his expression turned ugly. Zombie Emperor. If it was Qiu Lily and Elmar who said it, then it would definitely be true. An emperor that hadn't appeared in 5 years had actually appeared at this time. Moreover, it had just appeared, and it had bumped into their weakest base. Just a level 2 king was already terrifying, and now there was an emperor. Moreover, no one had seen the destructive power of this emperor. Were they going to see it for themselves? It's more than 1,000 kilometers from here to China. Do you dare to go there? Lin Feng stood beside Yuan Tianqing and Qiu Lily with a worried expression. If Lily rushes at full speed, we should be able to arrive in less than 5 hours. Elmar looked at Qiu Lily and said. No. If I leave here, my resistance will be weaker. I promised Qiao Qiao to look after this place. If I leave, you guys will be even more helpless. Qiu Lily immediately shook her head. I know. That's why we sent someone else. Yuan Tianqing sighed and said. After some discussion, they sent a wind-type zombie to sneak out of the new base and head toward China at full speed. Although the level of the wind-type zombie wasn't high, it was only level 4, but it was still much faster than other types of zombies. Chapter 663. What are they trying to do by not moving? Lin Feng stood on the rooftop and looked into the distance. They were completely surrounded, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. They didn't know what they were planning. However, the more the other party didn't move, the more uneasy they felt. Outside of the base, there were a few people standing on a rooftop not far away from the zombies' line of defense. A tall and slender man, no, it should be a male zombie, stood at the front. He was handsome, and his facial features were exquisite as if they were carved. His long and narrow eyes were half squinted, and he had a straight nose and thin purple lips. His face was pale, but his skin wasn't dry. It was like a normal person's, but it was dull. On the left side of his neck, there were large green and purple veins that climbed from his neck to the left side of his face like roots of a tree. Because of the spread of these veins, his handsome and cold temperament became evil. His half-squinted black eyes flashed with purple light. This was the zombie emperor that Elmar and the others were talking about, a lightning-type level 8 zombie. Behind the zombie emperor stood a female zombie leader and 2 male level 2 king zombies. At this moment, 2 figures leaped up from the roof of a slightly shorter building. They were carrying 2 living people in their hands. The 4 unconscious living people were quickly thrown in front of the zombie emperor, and the 2 level 2 king zombies retreated to the side. The zombie emperor turned around and looked at the 4 people on the ground. Then, he squatted down next to a young man and stretched out his clean hand with long sharp nails. Pooh! The zombie emperor's hand formed a 5-claw shape, and fiercely stabbed into that person's chest, where his heart was. Ugh! The young man was awakened by the pain, but in front of him was a dark night. He could only see the dark sky and felt a tearing pain in his chest. Then, his vision went black, and he didn't know what happened. Pooh! There was another soft sound, and the zombie emperor's hand was pulled out from the young man's chest. At the same time, it was holding a warm heart. He held the heart to his nose and sniffed it. Then, he stood up with satisfaction and turned around to look at the base. He put the bloody heart into his mouth. The zombie emperor opened its mouth wide and bit down, directly biting off a third of the heart. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth, but the zombie emperor didn't seem to mind as it continued to chew. Soon, the fresh heart was devoured by him in less than 2 bites. Then, he turned around again and dug out another heart just like before. He stood up and ate it again. After he finished eating the hearts of the 4 people, the female zombie leader handed him a clean handkerchief. The zombie emperor took the handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before wiping his bloodied hand. After he finished, he handed the handkerchief back to the female zombie. His movements were as smooth as an upper-class person with good etiquette. After he was done, he turned around and raised his hand. The female zombie behind him and the other 4 level 2 beast kings began to dismember the 4 fresh bodies in an orderly manner. In fact, if you looked carefully, you would find that the level 5 female zombie, although her eyes were black, but her facial features were very beautiful. Her body was also very good, and there wasn't any damage on her body. She was wearing a clean black dress, faintly discernible in the dark. When the zombie emperor ate the hearts of the 4 living people, Enchanting and the others immediately received the news that 4 living people had gone missing. This is already the 3rd batch. They must have been secretly captured by them. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and his face was already pale. There is a bloody smell coming from there. It seems that those people have been eaten. Elmar sniffed. The person who came to report said, those people also quietly left their positions, but they didn't come back after they went out. Didn't you say that no one is allowed to go out? Why didn't they listen to the order? Enchanting said coldly. They are from Haiqing, they don't care about our restrictions. The subordinate reported. Everyone had been restricted for a whole day, and because they were afraid of causing panic, Enchanting and the others didn't explain the situation clearly. They just told everyone to stay in the hotel and not go out. However, there were always people who didn't know the situation who didn't want to be controlled. Watch carefully. Enchanting shouted. Yes. They can actually avoid our detection when they move. Elmar crossed her arms in front of her chest and frowned. Could it be him? Chiu Lily said. No. He didn't hide his breath, he hasn't moved at all. Elmar shook her head. Have we become his sheep pen? He didn't make a move on purpose, so he can catch a few when we are hungry and eat them. Enchanting looked at the others and said hesitantly. The others looked at him and didn't say anything. In the room downstairs, Mrs. Lin Wenwen, Qing Wangxue, Long Qingying, and the other women were all in the same room. They didn't know the situation outside, but it was obvious that everyone was nervous. The outside of the hotel was surrounded by guards and paranormals. Thousands of people had gathered in this hotel. Everyone was guessing what was going on, but they didn't know what was going on. Moreover, there were people who ran out from time to time, and they didn't come back. Invisible panic spread among the crowd. The Haiqing base was like a sheep pen surrounded by a pack of wolves, and soon, Haiqing received the news. What's going on? Aren't they able to control those zombies? Why are they changing sides now? Zhou Shihui was very puzzled. I'm not too sure about this. It stands to reason that even if Miss Lu isn't here, with Chiu Lily and Elmar there, those zombies shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Yunlong frowned, indicating that something was wrong. Our intelligence team has lost 3 teams, but we can't get close to investigate. If we really can't do it, I'll go take a look myself. Kong Qingming stood on the side, his handsome face solemn. I always feel that things aren't so simple. It's better not to act rashly. And no one from their side has come out. If something really happened, someone would have come to report. Zhou Shihui thought about it and said. Maybe they can't come out. Or there is something restricting him. Xiao Yunlong said. It seems possible. By the way, how are the materials for the trade going? Zhou Shihui suddenly changed the topic and asked Kong Qingming. It's almost ready. We can set off tomorrow afternoon. Kong Qingming nodded. After Kong Qingming came back with serious injuries, his ability broke through to level 6, and now his profession has been promoted to the level of deputy leader. He just happened to take over Yan Fengyu's position, and there were more things to deal with. Chapter 664. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Lin Qiao emerged from the space. She followed the scent of Li Zhang's men and brought them into the space. Hidden Cloud City, Starfire, and Green Mountain Base have all secretly renegotiated the price with the Huaxia base. They've also reduced the number of items they're willing to trade by 30%. Li Zheng explained to Lin Qiao as he worked through the information in his notebook. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa, her elbows resting on her knees. Her fingers were interlocked and resting on her chin. She said softly, China agreed. It looks like they're worried about Lin Kuei's escape. Li Zheng looked at Lin Kuei, who was sitting quietly in a corner. Haiqing also lowered the price, but Leader Wu didn't ask for too much. Lin Qiao nodded. So who's been the first to leave? Haven't we found anything from Green Mountain Base? The Meng and Black Dragon left this morning after the trade. Black Dragon exchanged for 53rd antidotes and 202nd antidotes. As for the semi-finished products, Huaxia will treat them as gifts. Li Zheng paused, then continued, the Meng didn't seem to have enough supplies, so they didn't exchange for the third antidote. They only exchanged for the second antidote, and only 50 of them. Lin Qiao's fingers rubbed against her chin. How much did Hidden Cloud City and Starfire exchange for? Li Zheng flipped through the notebook in his hand. Hidden Cloud City exchanged 103rd antidotes and 302nd antidotes. Starfire and Black Dragon exchanged about the same amount. Lin Qiao looked up at Lin Kuei and said, China has used your blood to create so many potions. Based on their current level, if they were to drain all your blood, the amount of potions and power of the potions would be enough to clear out a zombie-free zone the size of a province. Lin Kuei was standing to the side with his arms crossed. He turned to look at Lin Qiao, a dark glint in his eyes. However, the antidote was only effective against zombies below level 3. It didn't have much of an effect on those above level 3. If the Chinese continued to use Lin Kuei's notes to develop an upgraded antidote, then they'd be able to achieve great results. When are the Hidden Cloud City people returning? Lin Qiao asked. Tonight, Li Zheng replied. After some thought, he asked again, they have a level 8 adept. Does that mean our chances will drop a lot? Lin Qiao smiled and said, look at the people under him. He doesn't have any level 7 subordinates, so we don't have to worry. Even if I can't kill Lu Zhuofeng, I can still restrain him. Moreover, our strength here isn't that much weaker. Lin Qiao looked at Lin Kuei. There was still a level 7 zombie, so there was no need to worry about Lu Zhuofeng. Besides, no matter what, she did not plan to let him go back safely. Li Zheng did not say anything else. Outside the space, in China's base, Lon Lu was looking at a bottle of potion in his room. Do you think there's something in this medicine that can make the human body immune to the zombie virus? He asked. Won't you know once you study it? Lei Qing said. I didn't ask you. Lon Lu glanced at him. Lei Qing. Then don't make a sound. He glared at Lon Lu and said, we don't have a lot of them, you have to save them. This person was like a machine when it came to research. He would forget the amount of materials and time. Every time, he would do all kinds of experiments and analysis. He would only stop when he ran out of materials and become a normal person. Didn't we use hostages to exchange for a batch? Why isn't there a lot? Lon Lu looked at him blankly. Because when you go into research mode, you use them extravagantly. Lei Qing glanced at him expressionlessly. Of course, the potion they exchanged this time was not for killing zombies, but for research. When we go back, we have to find a way to break through the level of the bus. That guy is stuck at level 6, so it's not a solution. But it's very difficult to break through the level of a spirit-type zombie. Lon Lu's thoughts had already jumped to another side. There were a few level 6 zombies in their base, but they were all stuck. First, they couldn't find the zombie cores of the same level zombies, and second, they didn't know what was going on. The absorption rate of zombie cores of other types of abilities was very low. So they tried many times, but they couldn't break through to level 7. There are very few spirit-type psychics, let alone zombies. But there are so many zombies, we will find them eventually. It's just that the level requirement might not be too easy, Lei Qing said. The probability of a spirit-type intelligent zombie awakening was too low. Among the zombies that didn't have much intelligence, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance for a genius to appear. Even if there is, high-level intelligent zombies are very cunning. It's not easy to find them. Lan Lu nodded. The higher their intelligence, the stronger their sense of danger. So they hid even deeper, and it would take a lot of effort to find them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and came in. Zheng Hao came in and closed the door, then walked over with a piece of paper in his hand. There's a situation. Lan Lu and Lei Qing both turned to look at him. What's the situation? There seems to be a very powerful guy in South China. I think the new base and Haiqing are going to be unlucky. Take a look, Zheng Hao said as he handed the paper to the two of them. Does Wu Qingyuan know about this news? Lan Lu looked at it, and his expression became serious. Of course he knows, because the news came along with the supplies he sent back. Wu Qingyue has already brought people out of the city. Zheng Hao nodded. At this time, although Wu Qingyue let Xiao Liqing and the others go back, he didn't go back, because he was waiting. Li Zheng's information only came after everyone completed the transaction, but she didn't receive another secret information from Haiqing. That was, Haiqing base was now trapped. So when Lin Qiao put Li Zheng and the others into the space, she missed this information. So when she was listening to the information, Wu Qingyue was already waiting for her outside. Xiao Liqing and the others who just left Haiqing base were also stopped by a zombie. This was a level 4 wind-type zombie. It just stood quietly in the middle of the road and didn't do anything. There's a zombie in front of us. Xiao Liqing looked at the zombie in front of him strangely. He felt that it was a bit familiar. Because of the clothes, this zombie's clothes were all clean field platoon camouflage uniforms. Xiao Liqing often saw zombies in this kind of clothes in Haiqing base. Chapter 665. Don't attack. Xiao Liqing jumped out of the car. He carefully walked towards the zombie that was standing still. Captain. Xiao Liqing's subordinate called out to him worriedly. It's okay. Don't worry. Xiao Liqing raised his hand and waved. He walked 3 meters away from the zombie and looked at it silently. Xiao Liqing didn't know if the zombie in front of him could understand human language because it wasn't one of the zombies that always followed Miss Lu. Roar roar dash, the zombie roared at Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing. What did it mean? He didn't understand the zombie language. The wind zombie saw that Xiao Liqing didn't respond and roared again, roar roar. He wanted to enter the city. But he knew he couldn't go in. It was too dangerous there. But if he didn't go in, his message wouldn't reach Sister Zombie. Then he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. He had been waiting outside the base for a day, but he couldn't sense his boss's aura. So when he saw Xiao Liqing and the others coming out, he smelled a familiar scent. These people had been to their territory before, maybe they could help. Thus, the wind zombie blocked the opponent. He wanted this food, no, this human to bring him into the dangerous base. But they didn't speak the same language, so the other party didn't seem to understand his words. Because he couldn't understand this human's words either. That. You came from the new base in the upper city, right? Are you here to find your leader? Xiao Liqing asked tentatively. The wind zombie. What did you say? The intelligence of a level 4 zombie was high, like a 7 or 8-year-old child. So after not understanding what Xiao Liqing said, it could only look at him blankly. Wu Qingyue waited for an hour in the base, but he still didn't find any trace of Lin Xiao. He had expected that it wouldn't be so easy to find her, because this female zombie always came and went like a ghost. It was always she looking for others, and it was not easy for others to find her. After thinking about it, Wu Qingyue didn't wait too long, so he turned around and left the base. Then he saw Xiao Liqing and the others were stopped. What's going on? Wu Qingyue suddenly appeared beside Emily and looked at the two in front of him. Oh, that zombie might have been sent by the new base in the upper city. I don't know why he stopped us. Xiao Liqing is trying to communicate with him, Emily said expressionlessly. This zombie isn't one of the ones around Miss Liu. Can you communicate with it? Wu Qingyue looked at the zombie and asked. The man and the zombie were talking like chickens talking to ducks. Just look at the zombie's confused expression. However, Emily was right. This zombie was probably here to inform Lin Xiao. But why did he stop them? Wu Qingyue thought about it and looked back at the Huaxia base behind him. Does he want to go in? But you don't dare to. Wu Qingyue suddenly asked. How did you know? Emily tilted her head and looked at him. Isn't he here to deliver the news? It must be for Miss Liu, but that guy should still be hiding in the base, so this zombie wanted to go in. But he is only level 4, so it's impossible for him to sneak into the Huaxia base, Wu Qingyue said. Emily looked at the zombie and asked curiously, then he stopped us. Could it be that he wants us to help? That's possible. Wu Qingyue nodded and said. After seeing Wu Qingyue's arrival, the wind zombie became vigilant. It wasn't worried that Wu Qingyue would hurt it, but Wu Qingyue's overly strong aura made the wind zombie instinctively cautious and afraid. Suddenly, the level 4 zombie had an idea. This human was super strong and often went to their territory. If they couldn't find their boss, why not ask him for help? Thinking of this, the wind zombie suddenly looked down and touched his pocket, then took out a piece of paper. Of course, he didn't dare to go near Wu Qingyue, but he could go near Xiao Liqing. What do you want? You. Xiao Liqing was having a headache thinking about how to get the zombie to make way for them. The zombie lowered his head and touched left and right, then found a piece of paper. Then the zombie took the paper and carefully walked towards Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing saw that it didn't seem like it wanted to attack, and it was holding a piece of paper. Did it want to give it to him? He didn't move, looking at the level 4 zombie slowly approaching. He reached out his hand and handed him the paper. Xiao Liqing took it, opened it and looked. His expression slightly changed, then he immediately turned around and walked in front of Wu Qingyue. Look. Wu Qingyue took the paper and looked at it. It wrote, Level 8 Zombie Emperor surrounded the base, return quickly. Level 8. Wu Qingyue's expression became serious. Then he immediately looked up, get in the car, go back at full speed. Xiao Liqing pointed at the zombie, what about him? Wu Qingyue wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he saw the zombie suddenly jump to the side of the building, and then his figure disappeared. He left. Wu Qingyue turned around and got in the car. But Miss Liu probably didn't receive this message. Xiao Liqing said hesitantly. I can't wait, even I can't find her trace. There's no way to send a message to her, I should go back to deal with the zombie emperor. I also want to know how strong a level 8 zombie emperor is. Although Wu Qingyue's expression was serious, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Xiao Liqing didn't say anything else and started the car. At this time, in the base, Lin Feng and the others' expressions were very depressed. What is he trying to do? Lin Feng frowned. In the past 2 days, other than trapping them, the other party didn't let them leave. Anyone who wanted to leave would be attacked and sent back. And every day, from time to time, there would be people who didn't listen to orders and escaped. In the end, every time someone escaped, there would be a thick smell of blood coming from outside. Apart from this, the zombie emperor didn't appear. They didn't know what he was trying to do. I don't know if I can inform the leader. I hope she can receive the message in time. Lin Feng sighed. He felt that this crisis couldn't be avoided. Because they all knew that although they sent a low-level zombie to sneak out, it was only level 4 and didn't have high intelligence, so it was impossible to sneak into the base. Therefore, it was impossible to sneak into the Huaxia base. They could only wait outside the base to be discovered by Lin Qiao. But if Lin Qiao didn't find him, then, they didn't know how long they had before they figured out the zombie emperor's goal. If there's no other way, we can only fight him. Elmar's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She knew that this was the last resort. But their chances of winning were too low, so they couldn't be impulsive until the last moment. Chapter 666. The other side has 5 second-rank kings, while we only have 2. Moreover, among the firearms, there weren't any powerful weapons. They were all low-power bullets. It's effective against level 3 and 4 zombies, but it's useless against level 6 and 7 zombies, Yuan Tianqing said. In other words, if they were to really fight, a dozen or so level 1 beast kings would be enough to kill the thousands of people in their base, not to mention that there were 5 level 2 beast kings and countless ordinary zombies. These ordinary zombies were originally left behind by Lin Qiao to protect them, but now they had become a threat. I'll go negotiate with him. Let's see what he wants. Qiao Lily suddenly said. Her small face had a cold expression, but the red light in her eyes flickered up and down. No. What if he attacks you? Elmar immediately objected. Don't take the risk. Yuan Tianqing also shook his head. He knew that Qiao Lily was the most powerful person here, but she still couldn't beat 5 rank second kings, not to mention a zombie emperor. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Maybe he has a purpose. If we negotiate with him, there might be a chance to change. Qiao Lily said with a frown. She also knew that the longer it took, the higher the chances of Lin Qiao returning. However, she couldn't guarantee that the zombie emperor wouldn't suddenly attack in the next second. He had to find a way to figure out the other party's goal. It's too dangerous. I should be the one going. Elmar pulled her back, stood in front of her, and stared into her eyes. It's okay. Although I can't beat them, I can still run if I want to. He should be more capable than you. Qiao Lily said to Elmarch. Her strength was already stronger than Elmar's, and she was also a wind type. Even if she couldn't defeat it, if she ran away with all her might, even the zombie emperor wouldn't be able to do anything to her. No. No one knew how strong the zombie emperor was, as they had never encountered one before. Even if you have 2 elements, you're still 1 level lower than him. The gap is too big. We can't take the risk. Yuan Tianqing shook his head. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. What should we do then? Qiao Lily pouted her mouth and groaned. Let's wait. Wait for the opponent's next move before making a judgment. Yuan Tianqing said. In the lobby of the hotel, the mood of the people gathered there was already very unstable. How long are you going to confine us here? It had been almost 3 days. What happened? Why can't you tell us? Someone asked Duan Wan and the other hostages who were guarding the gate. Everyone, be quiet. It's best if you don't go out. The situation out there is very dangerous, and it is beyond our control. So if you don't cooperate, we can't protect you, Duan Wan said loudly to everyone. We don't need protection. We're not cowards, we can fight. Otherwise, why would we follow you to the new base? the person below said. These people were the ones who had followed Lin Qiao back to the new base with Duan Wan. All of them were tough and unyielding. Therefore, after being grounded here, he felt very aggrieved. It's fine if you want us to stay here, but at least give us a reasonable reason, someone said loudly. Yes. Give me a reason. Even if we have to go out and fight with our lives on the line, we don't mind. Duan Wan saw that everyone's emotions were getting out of control. She thought for a moment and replied, "All right, I'll go look for Deputy Leader Yuan first. I'll let him explain to everyone, wait for a moment." After saying that, she walked through the lobby and went up the stairs. After Duan Wan reached the top of the building, she walked behind Yuan Tianqing and the others. The people below are very emotional, they said that we must give a reasonable reason. What should we do? Yuan Tianqing thought for a moment and said to the others, why don't we just tell them, it's better than them running around thinking too much. I agree. Lin Feng nodded. Elmar and Qiu Lily didn't care about this, they didn't have any objections. Yuan Tianqing turned around and walked down with Duan Wan. Right here, a strong and oppressive aura descended from the sky. Qiu Lily and Elmar instantly activated their battle state, and at the same time, they bared their teeth at the tall male zombie that suddenly appeared on the same roof as them. Elmar's entire body was covered in scales. She swung her tail like a whip and slammed it on the ground with a "pata" sound. Lin Feng saw their situation and immediately tensed up. He stared at the male zombie as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His facial features were very handsome. Apart from the color of his eyes, the most eye-catching feature was the blue veins that appeared like roots on one side of his face. His body was tall and slender, his clothes were as clean as theirs, the black hair on his head was also clean without a trace of dirt. Elmar and Qiu Lily stared at him closely. Although he was only one person, they felt a sense of danger from such a close distance. It made them feel suffocated. This was the pressure of an emperor. Sensing it from afar and facing it face to face, the feeling was completely different. The zombie emperor stared at Elmar and Qiu Lily curiously. After observing for 3 days, he finally couldn't help it. He moved his purple lips and opened his mouth. A low but soft voice came out. Qiu Lily and Elmar's body tensed up. They stared at him and said, "So what? It seems that you are too." Hearing them speak at the same time, the zombie emperor's eyes flashed. You can actually speak. Why? He just asked them if they had human memories. They answered and guessed his situation at the same time. Qiu Lily and Elmar just shut their mouths and didn't say anything. The zombie emperor wasn't in a hurry. He patiently said, I won't hurt you. Can you tell me how you did it? The zombie emperor originally planned to go to Haiqing, but on the way, he suddenly sensed that there were 2 level second kings, so his goal was actually very simple. Subdue. He just wanted to subdue these 2 level second kings, that's all. Moreover, the strange thing was that the aura of these 2 level second kings and the many zombies was mixed with the aura of a group of humans. What's going on? Zombies and humans together, what's going on? Could it be that those 2 zombies were attacking those humans? However, when he got closer, he found that it wasn't the case. When he found out that these 2 level second kings and some high-level zombies were living peacefully with the humans, the zombie emperor was very surprised, then became curious. What's going on? These zombies didn't attack the humans here, and after a short observation, he found that these zombies were protecting the humans here. In fact, there was another reason why the zombie emperor didn't attack. Other than to observe the situation of these 2 level second kings, there was another thing he wanted to understand. Chapter 667. Another thing the zombie emperor wanted to know was that there was another aura here. It was the aura of a powerful king zombie. Although he was powerful, he hadn't reached the level of an emperor. He was clearly powerful to the point that he was almost as powerful as a martial emperor, but why was he still a second-rank king? It could only be said that this was a very special level 2 king. However, to the zombie emperor, even though this aura was powerful, it didn't pose much of a threat to him. This meant that the other party's strength was still much weaker than a martial emperor like him. The Emperor Corpse Emperor was very interested in the owner of this aura, but the owner of this aura didn't seem to be here, so it waited quietly for a few days, but it didn't see the owner of this aura appear. After waiting for 2 or 3 days, the zombie emperor grew impatient and decided to show itself. Since the other party didn't want to show himself, he would force the other party to show himself. As a result, he was able to intimidate the 2 rank 2 zombie kings at close range. It turned out to be 2 beautiful girls. What surprised him even more was that these 2 little girls could speak human language. Roar, aren't you guys zombies? How could it speak human language? The zombie emperor stared at the 2 of them with interest. There was a faint smile on his pale purple lips, but his eyes were shining with purple light and the veins on his face. It made people feel very evil. Chiao Lily and Elmar stared at him in silence. Of course, they wouldn't say that it was Lin Qiao who told them to say it. Looking at him, he seemed to be very interested. What if he had bad intentions towards Lin Qiao after knowing it? Lin Feng, who was at the side, knew that the one in front of him was the zombie emperor. Other than him, no one else could make Chiao Lily and Elmar so nervous. However, he didn't understand the zombie emperor's words, nor did he understand what Chiao Lily and Elmar meant. He could only stay on guard and worry. The zombie emperor suppressed its aura. Other than Chiao Lily and the others who were also zombies, the people downstairs did not know that a terrible crisis had befallen them. Roar, forget it, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. My name is Mo Yen. May I know your names? The zombie emperor heard a series of low growls, and it seemed to be discussing something with Chiao Lily. However, Chiao Lily and Li Yunhong's expressions showed that they were against it. We don't want to know your name. What do you want by surrounding us here? Elmar asked coldly. The zombie emperor's eyes flashed as he slowly walked towards Chiao Lily and the rest. As he walked, he roared, roar. As for my goal, seeing him slowly walking over, Chiao Lily and Su Li unconsciously took 2 steps back. Suddenly, Elmar grabbed Chiao Lily's hand, and the 2 of them stopped. Roar, you seem to care about the humans here. Why? The zombie emperor also stopped and asked curiously. However, the distance between him and Chiao Lily and the others had shortened a lot. As soon as he said that, Chiao Lily and Su Li's hearts immediately tightened, and their bodies became vigilant. What do you want to do? Chiao Lily stared at him. The zombie emperor smiled, took a step back, and didn't say anything. He only looked at the 2 of them quietly before sweeping a glance at Lin Feng. Finally, he swept his gaze over the other zombie leaders standing guard on the rooftop. Lin Feng and the other zombie leaders who were stared at by him were all furious. Their hearts were filled with alarm, and they were afraid that the zombie emperor would attack them in the next second. Roar, actually, my goal is very simple. As long as the 2 of you follow me, I won't make things difficult for the humans here. The zombie emperor turned around, and the corner of his mouth was still curled up with an evil smile. He lightly roared at the 2 of them. As long as he brought these 2 with him, he would have a chance to find out why they could speak. Chiao Lily and Elmar were stunned, and they looked at each other. You want us to follow you? To be your subordinate? But you seem to be very anti-human, you eat humans. Elmar coldly said to the zombie emperor. Although the 2 of them were indeed not his match, it didn't mean that they would compromise. However, looking at the current situation, this zombie emperor with human memories wanted to use the humans here to threaten the two of them. You mean that if we follow you, you will let the people here go? Chiao Lily frowned, but she was relieved in her heart. If the zombie emperor wanted something, then they could talk about the conditions. If they could talk about the conditions, then there was hope to save the lives of the thousands of people here. As if sensing Chiao Lily's thoughts, Elmar tightened her grip on her fingers. In fact, in their hearts, this place was already their home. As long as Lin Chiao was here, he would be their parent. But now that Lin Chiao was not home, and his parent was not here, someone came to destroy their home. Of course, they would not allow such a thing to happen. Wait a minute. No. Lin Feng suddenly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to block Chiao Lily and Elmar behind him. Hearing their reply, he had more or less guessed what was going on. Not to mention that this zombie emperor did not have any resistance to eating humans, then the zombies under him would definitely eat humans. If Chiao Lily and Elmar followed him, would they also become zombies that ate humans in the future? Of course not. Even if this zombie emperor was very powerful in front of them, there was no guarantee that it could survive under the firepower of the other bases. If they were surrounded by China's base in the future, then Chiao Lily and the other zombies with lower strength would definitely be used as firepower. Lin Feng did not think that this zombie emperor would protect his subordinates. Zombies that knew how to eat humans were already inhumane. Even if Lin Feng could see that it had human memory and intelligence, it did not see itself as a human anymore. So of course, Lin Feng would not let Chiao Lily and the other two kind girls follow him and become zombies that ate humans in the future. The zombie emperor looked at Lin Feng with killing intent in its eyes. But it did not do anything and only continued to look at Chiao Lily and Elmar with an evil smile. Roar dash, we are zombies, don't forget that you too are zombies. Of course, zombies have to eat humans. If we don't eat humans, how can we enjoy the feeling of fullness and the delicious taste of human flesh? However, he still roared at Chiao Lily and Li Yundong. We will not go. Elmar held Chiao Lily's hand tightly, afraid that she would give up resisting for the sake of the people downstairs. Can you let me think about it? Chiao Lily looked up at him and said sincerely. Lily. Without waiting for the zombie emperor to reply, Elmar's expression changed and turned to stare at Chiao Lily. The zombie emperor's eyes flashed and then he smiled. Then he took a few steps back and walked to the edge of the building. Roar dash, okay, I will give you 3 days. Then, he leaped off the roof and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 668. Chiao Lily and the others were stunned when they saw the zombie emperor leave. He left. Elmar blankly looked in the direction the zombie emperor left and turned to ask Chiao Lily. Chiao Lily let out a sigh of relief. We still have 3 days. Lin Feng didn't relax, but his body was no longer tense. The zombie emperor Mo Yen returned to the base where his subordinates were. The reason why he agreed to 3 days was that he wanted the 2 girls to lure the hidden zombie out. This was the zombie emperor's consideration, but he didn't expect that the hidden special zombie would not be lured out, and instead, another strong expert would be lured out. 3 days. After Wu Qingyue's motorcade sped up the entire journey, it took them less than 10 hours to return to Sea City. Then, Wu Qingyue only brought Xiao Liqing and a team of 10 people with him as they rushed to the upper city. Mo Li brought Lingling, the medics, and the other troops back to Haiqing. Lin Qiao missed the information from Haiqing, so she followed Hidden Cloud City out of the base. Because the direction was different, and the gate of the base was different, Lin Qiao was a distance away from the zombie that came to report, so he missed the opportunity to meet. Lu Zhuofeng's convoy was less than 10 kilometers out of China when darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. A black wall of fire had blocked the road ahead. A tall figure stood in the middle of the road, and the black flames behind her were 5 meters tall. That is. Zhou Qinghao's eyes widened. Who is it? Lan Qijie got off the car and shouted at the woman who was more than 10 meters away. As soon as he finished shouting, a black fire snake suddenly rushed out of the flame wall behind the woman and shot toward Lan Qijie in the blink of an eye. The black fire snake opened its mouth and even revealed its fangs. It quickly and violently turned into a black line and leaped over. Lan Qijie subconsciously took a step back because it was too late to dodge. He could only take a step back and dodge to the side. At the same time, his body turned into a metal texture, like a robot. At the same time, Lu Zhuofeng reacted quickly and shot a huge wind blade at the woman, avoiding Lan Qijie and the fire snake. However, the wind brought by the wind blade still caused the arm-thick black fire serpent to suddenly grow in size. Lan Qijie's retreat did not stop the fire serpent from attacking. Instead, it continued to chase after him. Lu Zhuofeng's gigantic wind blade did not cause the fire snake to deviate from its path. Facing the onslaught of the wind blades, Lin Qiao merely waved her hand, and the wall of fire behind her suddenly swelled forward, submerging her into the wall of fire. Puff! The huge wind blade cut into the black wall of fire, but it disappeared as if it had fallen into water. It had no effect on the wall of fire. It's you. Lu Zhuofeng stared at Lin Qiao. Suddenly, he thought of something. I know. You've always been the one causing trouble in Huaxia. Releasing the experimental zombies and destroying the medicine exhibition, they could all see that someone was behind this. However, the people from China seemed to be helpless, and they still couldn't find out who did it. The black flames retreated again, revealing Lin Qiao's figure. On the other side, Lan Qijie stretched out his hands as he retreated. All the metal objects around him were immediately pulled out. It was as if his body had magnetism, and they instantly gathered around him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang, then, before the black snake pounced on Lan Qijie, they all gathered into a metal shield. Puff! The strange black fire snake pounced on the metal shield, but it did not disperse. Instead, it stuck to the shield, and the small fire snake began to spread. Soon, the shield turned into a black wall of fire. Under the black flames, it quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lan Qijie immediately retreated to the front of the convoy, and once again gathered the surrounding metal. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng also suddenly retreated. His thick black eyebrows twisted, and he fiercely ordered his men behind him. Load the rocket launchers. Miniature rocket team ready. Zhou Qinghao immediately turned his head and shouted. Soon, a team of people came down from the truck behind him, and they skillfully carried out portable small rocket launchers. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng also made a move against Lin Qiao. A tornado descended from the top of Lin Qiao's head. Immediately, a strong wind began to rise around them, and it began to spin, blowing the sand and leaves in the surroundings. Affected by the wind, the wall of fire immediately rose. The originally 5-meter-high wall of fire rose rapidly, and it began to spin with the wind. The fire grew stronger and stronger. All the debris that was blown up by the wind quickly melted and disappeared after coming into contact with Lin Qiao's flame. Lu Zhuofeng saw that his attack did not have any effect, and instead, it helped the opponent's attack. He frowned and stared at Lin Qiao with vigilance. Who was this woman? Her special ability was indeed Death Flame, not bad. But this woman was definitely not that Death Flame woman. Her face was different, and her figure was even more different. But if her temperament and special ability were the same, he would rather believe that this was a woman. After all, he saw Death Flame Lin Qiao self-destruct. How could a person who self-destructed his energy core survive? The rocket team quickly formed a formation in the open space in front of the convoy in pairs. As soon as Lu Zhuofeng gave the order, they would immediately launch an attack. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose? Lu Zhuofeng did not give the order to attack, but shouted at Lin Qiao coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is whether you can leave here alive today. Lin Qiao's voice came from the other side. Her position was no longer under the tornado. Lu Zhuofeng turned his head abruptly and saw her standing on the roof of the building beside him with a cold expression, looking down at him from above. He looked at the location of the tornado. There was sand and stones flying, but the tornado had turned black and mixed with flames. The debris around immediately disappeared as soon as it entered the tornado. You want to kill me? Humph. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Zhuofeng snorted disdainfully. This woman's special ability was indeed strong, just like Death Flame. Lu Zhuofeng could not do anything to him, but it would not be that easy to kill him. As a human, you didn't kill zombies. But because you coveted the resources of other bases, you attacked humans. This is your retribution. Lin Qiao's cold voice came over. As she spoke, her body flashed and she rushed toward him. Lu Zhuofeng's scalp tightened, and he immediately shouted. Attack! The rocket launcher in front of him immediately twisted and aimed at Lin Qiao. Bang dash! A small rocket was fired from the launcher, flying toward Lin Qiao at an extremely fast speed. But at this moment, Lin Qiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom dash! After the rocket lost its target, it blasted into a building next to it. In an instant, the 5-story building was blown up. Chapter 669. At this moment, a huge fire dragon suddenly shot out from the side of the caravan and pounced on it. Zhou Qinghao had been keeping his guard up while paying attention to his leader's battle. Seeing the sudden attack of the fire dragon, he quickly raised his hand. Xiao! Boom! Before the fire dragon pounced down, the ground beside the front line suddenly split open and a thick earthen wall quickly rose up to block the fire dragon. On the other side, Lan Qijie was completely helpless against the black fire snake. His metal ability was unable to disperse the black fire snake. He could only gather the surrounding metal objects to resist it. However, his metal shield would eventually be devoured by the fire serpent. After the sudden appearance of the fire dragon, another large fireball flew over from another direction. This time, no one could block this large fireball. Boom! The fireball smashed into the truck in the middle of the convoy. The few soldiers who did not have time to dodge were burned into a man of fire. Ha! Two figures appeared at the same time from the direction where the two fire ability users came from, a man and a woman. Both of them were wearing camouflage uniforms. The woman was wearing sunglasses. She had short hair and a slender figure. Xie Dong and Jing Yan jumped down from the rooftops in opposite directions. The fire ability in their hands was once again unleashed. Lu Zhuofeng turned around to take a look. He had already expected this. They should be the woman's subordinates, but they were just 2 level 5 paranormals, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. He turned his head and looked around vigilantly. The woman was gone. At this moment, many figures appeared on the roofs of the surrounding buildings. Following that, all kinds of metal, wood, water, fire, earth abilities were thrown down like rain. Counterattack! Zhou Qinghao suddenly shouted. Then, he stretched out his hands and waved them. The buildings began to shake and crack. Soon, the surrounding buildings were demolished by Zhou Qinghao with his Earth-type ability, collapsing into piles of rubble on the ground. After he demolished the surrounding buildings, his field of vision immediately expanded a lot. As the building swayed and collapsed, several figures on the roof immediately retreated and dodged. After Zhou Qinghao gave the order to attack, the soldiers in the convoy raised their machine guns and started firing. At the same time, many figures leaped out and chased after the retreating figures on the roof. And at this moment, although the black flames under the tornado were sucked in by the tornado's wind, it couldn't stop the fire from expanding and slowly burning towards the convoy. Moreover, wherever these black flames burned, everything would be melted. The surrounding ground, the junk cars on the road, the green trees and street lights on the roadside, and the debris of the collapsed buildings were all engulfed by the increasingly dark flames. Zhou Qinghao glanced at the fire that had already spread a few hundred meters. Although the tornado had slowed the fire down, the people of Hidden Cloud City still felt stifled. Water and ice arcanists, get ready. Unleash an attack on the nether flame. Zhou Qinghao shouted. Following that, several water-type and ice-type metahumans leaped out and began using their abilities to attack nether flames. In an instant, the clouds in the sky began to press down, and the surrounding wind began to turn cold. 3 level 5 ice-type metahumans squatted on the ground at the same time and pressed their hands on the ground. Sizzle. The ground under their hands quickly turned into ice and quickly spread towards the black flames. The surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees, and the wind became bone-chilling. Rain began to fall from the sky, and the water was gathered by the water-type metahumans. Not long after, water dragons danced in the air and rushed towards the black flames. The situation in Hidden Cloud City immediately turned around. Who the hell is she? Zhou Qinghao appeared beside Lu Zhuofeng and asked while looking around vigilantly. I don't know. But this ability. Lu Zhuofeng's thick black eyebrows knitted together. Could it be that she's really not dead? Zhou Qinghao looked at him hesitantly. Impossible. The energy core is located in the brain. Self-destructing is equivalent to blowing up the entire brain. How could she still be alive? Lu Zhuofeng looked at him and said coldly. That's true. Zhou Qinghao nodded. Then he looked at the temporarily suppressed black flames in front of him and continued to ask, then, is this an ability of the same kind? Maybe. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these abilities have been awakened by so many people. Special abilities can't only be awakened by one person. Lu Zhuofeng said. Just at this moment, a number of zombies suddenly jumped out from the rubble on the ground. There are high-level zombies. There are so many of them. Lan Qijie had just breathed a sigh of relief after finally defeating the black flame snake. Suddenly, he saw many level 3 and 4 zombies rushing out from all directions. These zombies were agile and fast as they pounced towards the humans in the convoy. Roar! 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 Bang bang bang, tutu dash, the roars of zombies immediately rang out, along with the continuous sound of machine gun fire. However, these zombies were very agile, and their dodging skills were also very sharp, allowing them to avoid all the bullets. In the blink of an eye, a few level 3 zombies pounced on an ordinary soldier, their claws directly piercing into the human's chest or head. Roar! Pfft! Aw! Lu Zhuofeng turned around and waved his hand. A hurricane immediately blew up from the ground, blowing a large amount of sand and dust towards the group of zombies that rushed out. The hurricane brought with it countless wind blades that immediately cut into the bodies of the zombies. Immediately, some of the zombies had their flesh lacerated, and some even had their limbs chopped off. At the moment when Lu Zhuofeng turned around, a transparent figure appeared behind his head. A hand with black flames slapped towards his back. Lu Zhuofeng felt as if his entire body was about to explode. A strong sense of danger made him instinctively leap forward. He rolled a few times on the ground before looking up at his previous position, but there was nothing there. But suddenly, the corner of his eyes flashed, and a figure flashed by. He hurriedly flipped over again and quickly leaped up. Lu Zhuofeng did not stop after jumping up. He directly turned around and raised his hand to block the opponent's attack. Then he followed the force of the collision and retreated to a safe distance. However, just as he retreated, a black flame fell from the sky and covered him. Lu Zhuofeng quickly raised his hand. A small tornado jumped out from his hand and immediately drilled through the black flame. Then he jumped up and floated high in the air. Lin Qiao stood on the ground and squinted his eyes to look up at him. Chapter 670. Lin Qiao looked up at Lu Zhuofeng, who was flying in the air. She looked back at the black flames that were restrained by the ice water and suddenly reached out. The flames on the other side immediately broke away from the ice and water dragon's attacks, and even the black tornado was sucked out. The black flames quickly gathered behind Lin Qiao. She raised her hands and pointed at Lu Zhuofeng, who was in the air. The flames behind her immediately turned into a black fire dragon and quickly rushed towards Lu Zhuofeng. "You think you'll be fine if you run to the sky?" Lin Qiao sneered and then disappeared in a flash. Soon, the black fire dragon increased in size as it flew up. The huge dragon opened its mouth and brandished its claws. It swung its flaming tail and pounced forward. Lu Zhuofeng did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hands and released a tornado at the fire dragon. The tornado became bigger and bigger as it rushed towards the black fire dragon. Whoosh dash, the black fire dragon and the tornado collided, and the tornado directly scattered the black fire dragon. But the scattered black fire dragon did not dissipate. Instead, it quickly expanded along with the tornado's wind, and then condensed into 5 similar black fire dragons. The 5 fire dragons continued to rush towards Lu Zhuofeng. The entire sky was filled with black fire dragons and tornadoes. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared behind Zhou Qinghao. Zhou Qinghao stood in front of the convoy, using his earth ability to make the strongest defense. He looked at the battle in the sky and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Zhou Qinghao suddenly turned around and retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and erected an earth wall in front of him. Bang dash, the earth wall was instantly destroyed by someone with great force. The earth wall shattered, and a black shadow flashed out. The speed was so fast that Zhou Qinghao did not see the opponent's face. Suddenly, there was a sound of air breaking. Zhou Qinghao nimbly moved to the side to avoid the attack. Only then did he see the opponent's face clearly. It was a humanoid leopard. A pair of cold zombie-like eyes stared at him. Zhou Qinghao's body tensed up. This zombie was a natural beast type, and it was actually level 7. Without waiting for him to react, the beast-type zombie had already pounced on him again, its sharp claws clawing at him. Lan Qijie waved his arms, controlling all kinds of metal to dance in the air, shooting at the surrounding zombies. At this moment, however, 2 figures flashed out from the side. Then, a huge fireball flew over. Lan Qijie hurriedly gathered the metal together to block the fireball from hitting the car. Lin Qiao hid at the side and stared at Lu Zhuofeng in the sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hands and controlled the fiery dragons in the sky to attack his opponent. The fire dragon's black flames danced in the sky. Every time it charged towards Lu Zhuofeng, it would be blocked or blown away by Lu Zhuofeng's wind power. Although Lin Qiao's flames weren't weak in the sky, they couldn't get close to Lu Zhuofeng. She knew that Lu Zhuofeng had not used his ultimate move yet. Lin Qiao turned his head to look at Lin Kuei, who was fighting with Zhou Qinghao. He then looked at Xie Dong and Jing Yan, who were ganging up on Lan Qijie. He then looked at Lu Zhuofeng, who was in the sky, and frowned. Level 8. Then let's see how strong a level 8 wind ability is. Lin Qiao's fighting spirit and killing intent slowly rose together. She spread her fingers and clenched her fist towards Lu Zhuofeng. Then, the 5 black dragons in the sky suddenly rushed towards Lu Zhuofeng from 5 different directions. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, his figure flashed and disappeared from his original position. In the next second, he reappeared on the other side of the sky where Lin Qiao was. At the same time, he waved his hand and a strong wind began to blow. It was no longer a small tornado or a small area of hurricane. This time, it was a large area of wind that began to spin around the surroundings. Whoosh, 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 all kinds of debris, stones, sand, and other debris were blown up. The leaves and branches on the side were blown to one side as if a typhoon had passed through. At this time, Zhou Qinghao, who was blocking Lin Kuei's attack, suddenly shouted, "Find cover." The soldiers and metahumans of Hidden Cloud City immediately gave up on fighting their opponents and zombies and found a place that could block the wind to hide. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng suddenly appeared on a car in the convoy. There was no wind around him like an eye of the wind, forming a calm zone. Bang dash, he came out of a tank with 2 metal suitcases, turned around and left in a flash. Lin Qiao knew at a glance that the 2 suitcases must be the antidote that he had traded for this time. Want to run? That depends on whether she agrees or not. Lin Qiao's figure flashed and rushed in Lu Zhuofeng's direction. No matter how fast Lu Zhuofeng's speed was, his scent would not disappear. Therefore, Lin Qiao knew exactly which direction he was going. Lin Qiao left with Lu Zhuofeng, but Lin Kuei and the other zombies did not leave. While Hidden Cloud City was avoiding the hurricane that was blowing sand and stones, Lin Kuei took the opportunity to sneak attack Zhou Qinghao. Puff dash, Zhou Qinghao could not dodge in time and was hit. He looked at the claw wound on his arm in disbelief and his whole body stopped moving. He was clawed by a zombie. This was a level 7 zombie, and there was a virus on its claws. He was clawed, and the final outcome was to become a zombie. There was no cure for the zombie virus now. After Lin Kuei's claw succeeded, he immediately retreated and hid. On the other side, although Lan Qijie was a level 6 metal ability user, it was a little difficult for him to deal with 2 level 5 ability users at the same time. What he didn't know was that these 2 fire ability users were actually zombies. Therefore, when Jing Yan increased the offensive power of her ability and covered Xie Dong to quietly get close to Lan Qijie only treated her as a normal person. Lan Qijie used to be an instructor in the army, so when he faced Xie Dong, both of them used military boxing and various fighting techniques. He spread his legs in front of him and clenched his right hand into a fist and blocked Xie Dong's kick. Then, he turned to the side and retreated to a safe distance. Xie Dong's eyes still looked like a normal person, and they were not as dark as ink. He turned sideways and held a military knife and dagger in front of his chest, one on the inside and the other on the outside. His sharp eyes stared at Lan Qijie. He was like a wild wolf staring at its target. In fact, Lan Qijie's posture was the same as his. When the 2 of them fought, they felt the same aura. However, Lan Qijie's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, because it was not so easy for him to fight in close combat with his ability. His entire body was covered in metal skin, so it would not hurt no matter what. Even bullets could not penetrate it, let alone sharp weapons like blades. Unless the opponent could exhaust the energy of his ability. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to break through his metal defense. But he did not know that Xie Dong was a zombie, and his physical strength was not comparable to that of a human. Chapter 671. Other than Xie Dong, there was another woman beside him. From the looks of it, this woman's aura was also very sharp. 1 against 2. Just as Lan Qijie was paying attention to Jing Yan, Xie Dong suddenly moved. With a swift and violent flash, he charged forward, and the short military knife in his hand slashed out like a metallic ray of light. Lan Qijie quickly raised his hand to block Xie Dong's wrist, and at the same time, he raised his leg and kicked at Xie Dong. Puff dash, just as Lan Qijie blocked Xie Dong's kick and was about to continue his attack, a claw suddenly pierced through his chest. Lan Qijie's body stiffened, and he looked down at his chest in a daze. The metallic luster quickly disappeared from Lan Qijie's body. Bright red blood dripped from the claw on his chest. Lan Qijie never thought that his metal defense could be penetrated, so he looked at the sharp claw on his chest in a daze. If it wasn't for the tearing pain coming from his chest, he would have thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Puff dash, the claw was pulled back. The surrounding sandstorm slowly calmed down after Lu Zhuofeng left. Lan Qijie looked at the large amount of blood pouring out of his chest, and all the strength in his body seemed to flow out along with the blood. Then, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. For a moment, he had forgotten that his opponent was not just one person. Jing Yan stood behind Lan Qijie, and expressionlessly shook off the blood on her hand. Then, she raised her head and rushed towards the people of Hidden Cloud City. Xie Dong also expressionlessly looked at Lan Qijie's eyes, which were still open, but had lost their luster, and quickly turned to leave. Lan Qijie's defense was only on the surface, because Long Qingying had once told them that if a metal ability user's attention was diverted, it would not be able to protect every part of their body. That was why Xie Dong fought Lan Qijie head-on, to attract his attention, and let Jing Yan find a chance to attack him from behind. However, Jing Yan's sneak attack had succeeded so quickly, which surprised Xie Dong. Although this female zombie hasn't recovered her memory, many of her instinctive actions and habits as a human are quickly awakening. And from the cooperation just now, Xie Dong could see that this female zombie had excellent fighting skills. On the other side, Zhou Qinghao hid in the building next door and quickly noticed that Lan Qijie's battle had ended. So when the sandstorm stopped, the man and woman in camouflage uniforms were rushing towards him. At this moment, a black shadow flashed behind him. Zhou Qinghao immediately turned around vigilantly and rolled to the side with all his might. Pooh! A black shadow silently pounced on the place where he was just crouching. Its claws forcefully scratched the wall, leaving a deep claw mark. On the other side, Lin Qiao's figure flitted across the building, lampposts, and treetops as he chased after Lu Zhuofeng. Lu Zhuofeng's figure flew rapidly in the air. His speed was several times faster than Lin Qiao on the ground. He quickly distanced himself from her. However, he could not see Lin Qiao, who was invisible on the ground. When he looked back, he found that he was already several kilometers away from his previous position. That woman didn't chase after him. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. The level 8 wind element was indeed very fast. The distance between him and Lin Qiao was indeed very far. However, Lin Qiao did not give up. She followed the scent closely. She didn't believe that he could fly all the way back to Tsangyun Base that was more than 1,000 kilometers away. The other people in Tsangyun Base who were left behind by Lu Zhuofeng were currently being chased by various level 3 and 4 zombies. Without the protection of a strong like Lu Zhuofeng, they were only level 3 and 4 metahumans and ordinary soldiers. The guns and ammunition in their hands were completely useless. Moreover, these zombies were like a trained team. They did not randomly chase after them. Instead, they had a purpose, a strategy, and a plan to kill all of these people. Moreover, once they succeeded, they would immediately move on to the next target without stopping for a second. Half an hour later, Lu Zhuofeng stopped. Even if he was level 8, using the wind to fly at such a high altitude consumed a lot of energy. However, the impact of the consumption wasn't very big. In any case, he was also a level 8 metahuman. Lu Zhuofeng mainly felt that the woman wouldn't chase after him. That was why he slowed down. However, he didn't notice that the clothes on his back had been followed by a wisp of black smoke. Because his speed was very fast, the black smoke didn't move in order to prevent it from dispersing. Now that Lu Zhuofeng slowed down, the black smoke dispersed into two, one on the left and one on the right, and quietly entered his ears from behind. Lin Qiao, who was 10 to 20 kilometers behind him, was still moving at full speed. However, when the black smoke entered Lu Zhuofeng's ears, the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. 2 hours later, Lin Qiao finally gradually closed the distance between her and Lu Zhuofeng. At this time, the two had already passed through Jin province and entered a mountainous area in the outskirts of Qin province. The sky was already dark. Lu Zhuofeng found an open and flat place to land on the side of the mountain road. He was preparing to eat something before continuing his journey. The surroundings were pitch black. Other than the two boxes in his hands, Lu Zhuofeng didn't have much on him. He didn't even have a flashlight. He could only take out compressed biscuits and water to eat in the dark. On the other side of the base, Zombie Emperor Mo Yen was standing on top of a building. Behind him were two level 2 kings and the female zombie leader. Mo Yen quietly stood on the side of the building and stared straight at the base. Not far from him, on the roof of another building, there was a large amount of blood covering the floor. The entire roof was filled with the smell of blood, and flies were flying around everywhere. The stench of blood permeated the air. That was where he had stayed and eaten before. Not long after, two figures leaped up from the roof of the building next to them. Each of them was carrying two living people. A total of 4 living people were thrown to the ground by the two level 2 kings. Plop, the people who were originally unconscious were thrown to the ground. One of them suddenly frowned and woke up. He opened his eyes blankly and saw the dark night sky. He turned his head and looked around. It was pitch black, but there were a few blurry figures standing around. Suddenly, he thought of something and opened his eyes wide. He quickly climbed up and shouted in panic, Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Let me go. Call me anything. Don't eat me. Don't. He knew who these people were. Although it was pitch black at night, he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, Yuan Tianqing had come downstairs and told them. Outside the base, there were many level 2 kings. They had already brought more than 10 level 1 kings and surrounded the base. They couldn't do anything now, and they couldn't escape. Chapter 672. When he heard Yuan Tianqing say there were level 1 and 2 zombie kings surrounding the base, he didn't believe it. He thought Yuan Tianqing was lying to them. What level 2 zombie kings? And a dozen level 1 kings? Where did so many king zombies come from? You must be joking. This person came from Sea City, but after staying in Universal Base for so long, he knew many things. For example, these people were old subordinates of Hades Base. Everyone knew that. However, Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, and Skyfire Base were their enemies. They wouldn't let these old subordinates off the hook. Thus, the people from Haiqing all guessed that the abnormal change this time was due to the 3 major bases in the southwest attacking. But Yuan Tianqing told them there were zombie kings outside. Was he trying to trick them? Did he think they were stupid? Level 1 kings were rare enough, and a dozen of them. Where did they come from? From the beginning, they were curious to find out what was going on. They wanted to sneak out to see what was going on. Of course, they didn't know that several groups of people had slipped out, never to return. Then, they found that the zombie defense line, which was far away from them, had already closed in, although the zombies were still standing still. In the end, before they could figure out what was going on, they were suddenly knocked unconscious by someone. When they woke up, they were surrounded by darkness, but there were people standing in the darkness. If they were humans, they wouldn't want light. So the moment he woke up, he thought of what Enchanting said. He didn't know why he didn't believe it at first, but now he did. In the spur of the moment, he suddenly said something to save them. But after he said it, he froze. Could these zombies understand human language? Mo Yen turned around, looking at the man strangely. His expression was a little different. One moment he was panicking, and the next, he was confused. He didn't know what he was thinking. Mo Yan's interest was piqued. He walked over to the man and squatted down, staring at him with a pair of dark eyes. He saw a zombie move, and it walked in front of him. The man was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he stiffly took a step back. He suddenly bounced up, turned around, and tried to crawl to the other side. A claw quickly grabbed the back of his collar and threw him back. Once again lying in front of the crouching zombie, the man's eyes adapted to the darkness and finally saw that the zombie in front of him was a real zombie. Because the other party's eyes were pitch black like panda eyes. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. My flesh doesn't taste good. That base has women, children, and the people inside are very weak. Do you have the heart to catch children and women to eat? The man's whole body trembled non-stop, his mouth unconsciously speaking a bunch of words. Pfft! Before he could finish, Mo Yan's claw had already pierced into his heart expressionlessly. This person was really noisy. The man instantly quietened down. At the same time, he stared at his chest with his eyes wide open, unable to say another word. Pfft! Mo Yan pulled his hand out. It was a heart. The strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Not only the surrounding zombies could smell it. The man smelled it before he lost consciousness. Mo Yen stood up with the heart and put it into his mouth expressionlessly. Apart from the heart, he never ate any other human body parts. He didn't even like to eat the sweet brain. After eating the heart in his hand, he raised his hand and waved. Then he took the handkerchief the female zombie handed over and wiped his hand, then handed it back. After he waved his hand, the other level 2 zombies immediately divided the dead man and the other 3 people who didn't die. Mo Yen walked to the edge of the building and stood there, looking at the direction of the base. Children and women. Although it smelled good, he didn't want to eat children and women. Eating a man's heart was the most he could bear. That hidden zombie still hadn't appeared. Where was it hiding? If it wasn't for the 2 zombie girls getting along well with the people in the base, he would have thought that the hidden zombie was controlling the people here. But Mo Yen didn't know that the scent he smelled was only from Lin Xiao's remnant in the base. She was currently chasing Lu Zhuofeng in another place. Vice leader, another 4 people escaped. Duanwan walked into the meeting room with a gloomy expression and said to Enchanting, who was sitting at the table. Enchanting leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed and a trace of fatigue on his face. After hearing Duanwan's words, he opened his eyes. I already told them the situation. If they want to go out and die, there's nothing I can do. He said indifferently. His voice was cold, but there was a trace of helplessness. Duanwan became silent and didn't say anything else. There were other people in the meeting room, but no one said anything. The atmosphere was very depressing. If Qiao Qiao doesn't come back in 2 days, we should go. As long as he can promise not to hurt the people here. Qiao Lily stood by the window, looking at the leaves rustling in the wind, and said with her back facing the crowd. Don't be impulsive, and his words aren't very trustworthy. We don't know what kind of person he is. But from the way he eats people, I don't think he will do what he says. Lin Feng said. If the leader really can't come back, Lily and Elmar, you two take Madame Lin and Xiao Lu and escape. We can block here. Even if we can't protect everyone, we can at least protect the children and Madame. And Wen and Qingqing. Yuan Tianqing said with a sigh. I agree, we can't let Lily and Elmar go. Even if we have no chance of winning, we still have to die on the battlefield. We can't let two girls protect us. Lin Feng said with a cold expression. He only wants the two of us. If we go there, we definitely won't let him do anything to the people in the base. Otherwise, I'll turn against him. Qiu Lily said stubbornly. All right, Lily, he can choose not to do anything in front of you. But you can't guarantee that he won't do anything in the back. Madame Lin and the two children also need your protection here. Don't forget that they are the leader's family. Yuan Tianqing could only patiently persuade Qiu Lily to not do anything stupid. Elmar stood quietly in the corner, didn't say a word, and didn't express any opinion. But when Lin Chao's family was mentioned, Qiu Lily suddenly came to her senses. But she slightly hesitated and looked at the others with uncertainty. Yes, the most important thing now was Lin Chao's family. She couldn't let anything happen to them. And what Yuan Tianqing said was right. The leader might not do anything in front of her, but he might lie to her. Because they didn't know what kind of zombie emperor it was. Chapter 673. The next morning, Lin Chao chased Lu Zhuofeng into the Chuan province near the border of Tibet. Lu Zhuofeng did not stay in Qin province for too long. After eating, he immediately set off and spent the whole night rushing through the entire Chuan province. Lin Chao, on the other hand, was left dozens of kilometers behind. Her speed was still far behind Lu Zhuofeng's. But she was not in a hurry, because Lu Zhuofeng stopped at a town in Chuan province at 5 or 6 in the morning. He did not want to rest, but he wanted to relieve himself. After rushing all night, he was quite tired. The energy consumption of his ability made him feel a little tired. Although he was a high-level ability user, he was still human. Even if his body's functions were enhanced, it was not like he had become an immortal. Humans have 3 urgent needs. From yesterday afternoon to early this morning, he had not gone to the toilet. So after Lu Zhuofeng stopped, he took the opportunity to take a break. Lin Chao's figure passed through the top of the trees in the forest. She could not fly, and her speed could not keep up with Lu Zhuofeng. The terrain on the ground was also a lot of obstacles. But she did not stop like Lu Zhuofeng, because she did not stop. Her body did not feel tired, and she kept moving forward at a high speed. Although she could not keep up with Lu Zhuofeng's speed, it was not very difficult for her. So when the black smoke in Lu Zhuofeng's ears covered his eardrums, Lin Chao could sense what he was doing. For example, he was peeing. Should I use the black mist to get rid of his dick while he's having a good time peeing? Lin Chao quickly fanned out the strange thoughts in her mind and continued to move forward at full speed. A light flashed in her eyes because she sensed that Lu Zhuofeng seemed to be planning to rest for a while. Even if it was half an hour, she would be able to reach his position. At this time, after Lu Zhuofeng finished peeing, he found a roof and put the 2 suitcases in the stairwell. Then he sat on the ground, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. It was very cold outside, and the frost in the morning floated in the air. However, this had no effect on Lu Zhuofeng's body, because the cold air around his body would be dissipated by his body's heat energy. However, Lu Zhuofeng did not know that the black gas in his ears had been slowly absorbing his energy. That was why his body was fatigued so quickly. Lu Zhuofeng himself did not know about this. He only thought that he had flown for too long and too far, which was why he had consumed so much energy. After all, they had flown for thousands of kilometers. While Lu Zhuofeng was resting, Lin Qiao was getting closer and closer. Finally, when Lu Zhuofeng was done resting, he caught up. The transparent figure silently climbed up to the roof and approached Lu Zhuofeng like a ghost. Lu Zhuofeng didn't know that he just wanted to take a light nap, but he didn't want to fall asleep directly. Since he was already a rank 8 metahuman, he was already considered to be standing at the peak of this post-apocalyptic world. Not many people could harm him. Of course, this was excluding the rank 8 metahuman Xikong Qin, Wu Qingyue, and the mysterious leader of Qingshan Base, Lan Lu. Hence, Lu Zhuofeng's conceit prevented him from feeling any sense of crisis. Therefore, he didn't know that Lin Qiao's threat had been chasing after him. Lin Qiao lowered her head and looked at the man who wasn't that tall. His eyebrows were thick and black, almost touching each other. His eyes were calm, without any strong consciousness. However, her hand quietly grabbed the man's chest. The moment Lu Zhuofeng opened his eyes, she pulled him into her space. In fact, this was a bit risky. She was only a rank 7 zombie. Lu Zhuofeng was a rank 8 zombie. She didn't know if her space could suppress Lu Zhuofeng. If the opponent exploded his energy in her space, wouldn't her space explode? But if she didn't use her space to restrict his movements, the opponent was too fast, so Lin Qiao couldn't make a move. The opponent didn't want to fight her head-on, so there was no other way. When Lin Qiao grabbed him, Lu Zhuofeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He woke up with a start and saw a figure flash in front of him. Then, he was grabbed by the collar of his shirt and thrown to the side. When he reacted, he found that he had been thrown to an unfamiliar place. He didn't see clearly who the figure was. After he found himself in a strange forest, the person disappeared. Lu Zhuofeng grabbed the 2 boxes and looked around. The surrounding light was already very dim, and the surrounding trees were very tall, with dense foliage that created shade. So the place he was at was very dark, like the light when it was getting dark. He frowned and raised his guard. What was this place? Who was that person just now? Why did he bring him here? This forest was very strange. And what kind of trees were these? He had never seen them before. At this moment, a kind of oppressive feeling arose. It made Lu Zhuofeng have a very bad feeling in his heart. He jumped onto a tree and wanted to see the surrounding situation from the top of the tree. But this tree was very tall. Although it wasn't difficult for him to climb it. He estimated that it was about 80 or 90 meters tall. When he reached the top of the tree, Lu Zhuofeng was stunned. Because the top of the tree was directly covered by a thick white fog, he couldn't see anything. There was only white fog around him, and it was very thick. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. Lu Zhuofeng observed for a few minutes and could only come down from the top of the tree. Because he couldn't see anything up there. After getting down from the tree, he used his ability to rush in one direction in the tree. But after an hour, Lu Zhuofeng found that he couldn't fly out of the forest. According to his speed, using his ability to shuttle through the forest for an hour meant that he was at least 100 kilometers away. Was this forest that big? Moreover, they were all the same type of trees, and they all looked the same. Regardless of the size of the trunk, the position and number of branches on the tree, they were all the same. And the position of each tree was also the same. In this kind of scene, it was easy to confuse people's vision and sense of direction. Lin Qiao, who was outside the forest, had a look of surprise on her face. Beside her was a naked zombie dog and a huge black snake. She didn't expect that this forest could be used as a bewitching array. She just wanted to throw Lu Zhuofeng into the forest, and then focus on suppressing his ability to increase the speed of his energy consumption. Then, when his energy was insufficient, she would kill him. But she didn't expect that when she used her spatial ability outside the forest, it actually made Lu Zhuofeng go around in circles inside the forest. He couldn't see where the edge of the forest was. Looking at him flying around the tree, Lin Qiao was also dumbfounded. Speaking of which, was this another big skill of her spatial ability? Chapter 674. The sky had yet to brighten over at Universal Base. Zombie Emperor Mo Yen moved to a clean rooftop and stood there until the sun rose. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in the direction of Sea City, lifted his nose, and sniffed. However, his eyes flashed, and his gaze became somewhat sharp. Because he felt a powerful aura coming from that direction. Gather. Mo Yen suddenly roared. Not long after, more than 10 silhouettes leaped up from the surroundings. More than a dozen level 1 kings and a few level 2 kings all went up to the rooftop and stood at the edge of the building. Suddenly, a thick layer of clouds appeared in the sky above them, and the muffled sound of thunder came from within. Mo Yen looked up at the huge layer of clouds and saw flashes of purple lightning. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Lightning element. Yes. What a coincidence. Rumble. A loud clap of thunder sounded, followed by a few bolts of bright purple lightning striking down from the sky, illuminating the dark sky for a few seconds. Zzz, boom dash, these lightning bolts all hit the level 1 and level 2 king zombies at the edge of the building, but the surrounding zombies reacted quickly and dodged the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts landed on the edge of the building and immediately blew up a few holes. Boom dash, but then a few more lightning bolts came down. These lightning bolts were all aimed at Mo Yen. Mo Yen raised his head and didn't even try to dodge. He just raised his hand and caught these lightning bolts that were as thick as an arm. Zzz dash, when these lightning bolts came down, they all seemed to be sucked into Mo Yen's palm. In the blink of an eye, these lightning bolts disappeared completely. Then Mo Yen suddenly waved his hand, and the lightning bolts that he had just caught in his palm were thrown out again. They turned into electric snakes and were thrown towards the rooftop of a building 100 meters away. These electric snakes didn't focus on the figure on the rooftop, but spread out and hit the entire building. Boom dash, after a few explosions, the building that was more than a dozen stories high was blown into pieces and became a few holes. At the same time, a few bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck the figure on the rooftop. The figure on the rooftop flashed and flashed to the rooftop on the other side. Wu Qingyue furrowed his brows. This zombie emperor was actually a lightning type as well. This was a little troublesome. Although he was also a rank 8, the opponent was a zombie. The might of a rank 8 zombie was much stronger than a metahuman like him. If it was any other ability, he could still deal with it. However, it was hard to say if the other party was also of the lightning attribute. After thinking about it, Wu Qingyue did not continue to fight with the other party. Instead, he leaped into the universal base. When the base heard a few thunderous sounds, they immediately paid attention. There's thunder over there. That's where the zombie emperor is. Why would there be thunder? Elmar stood on the roof and stared blankly. It's Wu Qingyue. I can smell him. Qiu Lily sniffed and said. Elmar stretched out her nose and sniffed for a while before nodding. Then with a joyful expression, he said, I smell it too. Is he here to help us? That's great. Let's go down and tell the others. After saying that, she turned around and ran into the stairway excitedly. Qiu Lily, on the other hand, continued to stare in that direction, sensing that the thunder had disappeared. After a few thunderous sounds disappeared, it suddenly calmed down again. This made her a little confused. At this time, she saw a figure suddenly appear on the roof behind her. Qiu Lily quickly looked back and saw Wu Qingyue standing behind her. Why is it you? Where did our Chow Chow go? Qiu Lily asked doubtfully when she saw him. Why? Don't you welcome me? Wu Qingyue looked at her with a smile. No. I mean, since even you came back so quickly, then our Chow Chow should be back soon. Qiu Lily shook her head and said in confusion. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed and looked at her strangely. Who is this Chow Chow you're talking about? Ha. Ah. No, Chow Chow is, Miss Lu's nickname. Yes, it's a nickname. After being asked by Wu Qingyue, Qiu Lily was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted. Oh, this Wu Qingyue in front of her didn't know Lin Qiao's other identity. Thus, he hurriedly explained himself. Oh. Lu Tianyu may not be back so soon for the time being. Because she didn't receive the message from you, she should be chasing the people of Cangyun Base to the southwest. Wu Qingyue said as he walked down the stairs. Ah. Didn't she receive our message? Qiu Lily followed behind him and asked anxiously. Yeah, she didn't receive it. Wu Qingyue replied as he went downstairs. Then what should we do? Qiu Lily said with a bitter face. Isn't this where I'm here to help? Wu Qingyue smiled. But why are you here to help? This has nothing to do with you, right? Qiu Lily looked at him silently and followed him down to the second floor. When they arrived at the second floor, before they reached the conference hall, they saw a few people rushing out of the conference hall. When they saw Wu Qingyue, they all revealed a look of surprise. It's really you. Leader Wu. When Yuan Tianqing saw Wu Qingyue, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then he led Wu Qingyue into the living room on the other side and sat down. Seeing the sky outside gradually brightening, Yuan Tianqing asked impatiently, Excuse me, did Chief Wu see the leader of our base? He didn't directly ask if Lin Qiao came back with him, even though Wu Qingyue's arrival would be of great help to their base. However, the people of Universal Base still didn't know that Wu Qingyue's ability had already broken through to the 8th level. Moreover, the people of Universal Base still wanted their leader to come back to solve their own crisis. Although Wu Qingyue's arrival might be able to help them through their difficulties, they would owe him another favor. They would have to return it in the future. Oh, she probably didn't receive your message. She should be chasing Lu Zhuofeng to the southwest now. Don't worry, with me here, I can at least protect you until she comes back. Wu Qingyue seemed to understand Yuan Tianqing's meaning and said with a smile. I just fought with the zombie emperor. He's also a lightning type like me. Also, he doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Does he have any ulterior motives? Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and took a sip of the hot tea that Yuan Tianqing had prepared for him on the coffee table. He negotiated with us once. His current goal is to take Qiu Lily and Elmar away. Yuan Tianqing glanced at Qiu Lily and Elmar who were sitting on the other side. Chapter 675. Wu Qingyue looked at Qiu Lily and Elmarch. Of course, he knew who they were. Stroking his chin, he said thoughtfully, I just probed his strength. Although I couldn't tell how deep it was, I'm still able to see through it. Although I can't see how strong he is, since he is a level 8 lightning-type zombie, his strength is definitely not weaker than mine. But with me here, although I can't defeat him, at least I won't let him do anything here. The others looked at Wu Qingyue. Elmar suddenly stared at him for a few seconds and said, Your ability. When did it break through to level 8? As soon as she said this, the others looked at Wu Qingyue in surprise. They were just about to ask why he said it so confidently. So it was because his strength had changed. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly and said, "Oh, 2 months ago." He couldn't say that after doing that with their zombie leader, the energy in his ability suddenly went berserk and gave him the opportunity to break through. That was why he broke through to level 8 in one go. You are now a level 8 lightning-type metahuman. That's great. If that's the case, we don't have to be afraid of that zombie emperor anymore. Everyone was immediately happy when they heard this. The gloomy atmosphere of the past few days was swept away. Even if we can't chase him away, we can delay him until our leader comes back. Once she comes back, she must have a way to deal with that zombie emperor. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His expression was no longer as gloomy as before. Although they were not at the level of despair before, they were still very depressed. Actually, I want to have a good fight with that zombie emperor. I want to see if he is really that strong. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. It was common knowledge that between metahumans and zombies of the same level, metahumans would be stronger. However, if both sides were to fight, the winner could be determined, but it would be difficult to determine life and death. Defeating the opponent and killing the opponent were on 2 different levels. This zombie emperor has the memory of humans, and it should be expanding the strength of its team. Otherwise, with its identity as a zombie emperor, it could directly destroy everyone here and suppress Lily and Elmar, Yuan Tianqing said. He already has 5 level 2nd kings and a dozen level 1st kings by his side. I don't know where he found them. Moreover, from his current attitude, it seems as if he has always been an enemy of humans, Lin Feng said. Do they have human memories? Wu Qingyue rubbed his chin and thought. Since the other party wasn't a primitive type of zombie, it had human memories. Then in terms of intelligence, he would not be able to deal with them like how he dealt with normal zombies. He didn't know when the female zombie came back, would he be able to take down this lightning-type zombie emperor with her? The zombie emperor's corpse core was enough to push his arcana level to the maximum of level 8. But the problem was, would that female zombie be willing to help him take down this zombie emperor? He only wanted this zombie emperor's corpse core, and the rest of the rank 1 and rank 2 king's corpse cores would be left for her. Wu Qingyue did not intend to spread the news of the zombie emperor to the other bases. I have informed Xiao Yunlong. He should come with the army at noon. I will think of a way to help you deal with this zombie emperor, but I have a condition, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. What conditions? As long as we can do it, we'll do it. Yuan Tianqing and the rest were not mediocre people. Since Wu Qingyue was willing to help them, it was normal for him to have conditions. As long as the base's foundation was not harmed and they could survive this crisis, any condition would be fine. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng happily accepted Wu Qingyue's words. Qiu Lily and Elmar were slightly stunned, but after thinking for a while, they understood the relationship. Although the two did not have any objections, there was a problem. If there are any conditions, then wait for our big sister to come back before we discuss. Elmar said. All right. I have no objections. Wu Qingyue smiled. The rest relaxed and looked at each other without saying anything. At this time, Lin Qiao was still squatting with a dog outside the forest, looking into the forest. However, there were already a few figures standing behind her. Lu Tianyi, Xiao Xiao, and Pesticide. Other than these 3 zombies, there was also Li Jing, Ling Xiantong, and the rest who were watching the show. Boss, you've been squatting here for an hour, what are you doing? Li Jing finally could not help but ask. That's right, what about Lu Zhuofeng? Didn't you go after him? Or did he run away? Lin Yu asked curiously from the side. Lin Qiao squatted on the ground and looked back at them with a blade of grass in her mouth. Then, she pointed to the forest and said, Lu Zhuofeng is inside, but he can't come out now. The medicine is still with him. You brought him in. Can you suppress him? Li Zhang looked in the direction of the forest blankly and asked in surprise. I originally wanted to see if I could suppress him, but it seems like I can suppress him now. Lin Qiao stood up and said to Ah Wang and Dahe, Woof, Dahe, you two go in and disturb him. Can the two of them do it? Feng Mingyu poked her head out from behind Li Zhang and asked doubtfully. He's been in my forest for an hour, and now he has used up 80 to 90% of his ability. He can't use his power at all. And with me here to suppress him, although Ah Wang and Dahe can't kill him, they can still disturb him. The blade of grass in Lin Qiao's mouth trembled as she spoke. A dignified level 8 metahuman is going to be exhausted to death by you just like that. Ling Xiantong suddenly looked at her with a strange expression and murmured. Everyone's expression was the same as they looked at Lin Qiao with sympathy. Of course, they were sympathizing with Lu Zhuofeng and not Lin Qiao. At this moment, Lu Zhuofeng stopped under a tree. His breathing was a little ragged, and his expression was extremely ugly. Of course, he already knew that he had been thrown into a trap, but what was this place? Not to mention that his ability's destructive power had been weakened by 80%, the energy in his body was also disappearing in large amounts. The strange trees around him were also very strange, they were as hard as steel. His wind blades couldn't even leave a mark on the tree branches. So after an hour, Lu Zhuofeng's face had turned from dark and gloomy to pale and colorless. His forehead was covered with thin beads of sweat. Lu Zhuofeng could feel the energy in his body diminishing, and when he was nearing the point of exhaustion, a look of panic appeared on his face. What exactly was this place? He couldn't get out, and he was still using up his ability. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his body. There was a sense of danger as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake or ferocious beast. Chapter 676. Lu Zhuofeng looked back, but there was nothing behind him. He looked around carefully, but there was still nothing. But the feeling of being targeted by a predator did not disappear. He tightened his grip on the boxes, even if he did not intend to let go of the two boxes in his hands. They were exchanged with a lot of materials, and he would protect them even if he died. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng did not notice that there was a huge snake slowly climbing down from a height of 20 or 30 meters above his head, silent. Lu Zhuofeng continued to move forward. He did not have much energy left, and in order to cope with unexpected situations, he had to reserve some strength. What the hell is this place? Lu Zhuofeng did not expect that this was a zombie space. He walked and walked, suddenly stopped, looked left and right for a while, and suddenly looked up above his head. Then, a pair of cold, diamond-shaped eyes met his. Ah! Lu Zhuofeng dodged to the side. Whoosh! Dahe suddenly rushed down from the tree, opened its big mouth, and two sharp fangs flashed with cold light, but it bit nothing. But soon it turned its head and quickly slid towards Lu Zhuofeng, who dodged to the side. Mutant beast. Lu Zhuofeng's face turned blue. If he saw these mutant beasts and mutant plants at ordinary times, he would not care. But now there was not much energy left in his body, and if he used his ability again, he would soon become an ordinary human who could not use his ability. So Lu Zhuofeng quickly turned around and ran away, and only added a little energy to his legs to make himself run faster. But Dahe's sliding speed was not slower than his. In the blink of an eye, it caught up, and then stretched its head to bite him. This time the attack speed was fast and accurate. When it was about to bite Lu Zhuofeng, he suddenly rolled on the ground and once again avoided Dahe's fangs. Although Lu Zhuofeng did not dare to use the last bit of his ability, his reaction speed and physical fighting skills did not fall behind. But when he rolled to the side, suddenly a black shadow flashed from behind the tree behind him. Lu Zhuofeng suddenly looked back when he felt a chill in his heart. As a result, he saw a zombie beast's big mouth with cold sharp teeth biting his head. This time, Lu Zhuofeng couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. He could only subconsciously use his ability. A wind wall suddenly appeared in front of the zombie beast's mouth and pushed it back. Gulu, Awang's mouth was filled with a gust of wind. It shook its beak and looked at its prey again, only to see that it had already gotten up and ran away. But before Lu Zhuofeng could take 2 steps, he was blocked by the giant snake that circled around him. Lu Zhuofeng hardened his heart. This beast was chasing him relentlessly. Was it bullying him because he didn't dare to use his superpower now? He suddenly waved his hand and threw it at Dahe. Several 1-meter-long wind blades were thrown out in an instant and cut Dahe's body at lightning speed. In an instant, several cuts appeared on Big Black's body, and blood immediately spurted out from the wounds. Hiss! Dahe screamed in pain. Its whole body fell from the tree and twisted into a ball on the ground. Roar! When Awang saw that Dahe was injured, it immediately became agitated and rushed toward Lu Zhuofeng to bite him. Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 arcanist, so the wind blades he condensed were very strong and sharp. Although Dahe was a level 5 mutated beast with hard scales, it couldn't withstand the attack of a level 8 arcanist. Lu Zhuofeng immediately turned around and ran after throwing several wind blades. But it was obvious that the energy of his superpower had decreased by a lot. Lin Qiao, who was outside, frowned when he sensed that Dahe was injured. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. He had been too careless. No matter what, his opponent was a level 8 arcanist. As long as his energy was not exhausted, his attack power could still cause damage to a level 5 mutated beast. If the wind blades had hit Awang, it would have been fine. But if it had hit Dahe, it wouldn't have been able to. That was because it was a living snake. Even if it had mutated, its flesh was still alive. Lu Zhuofeng dared to use his superpower to cut the mutated snake, but he didn't want to use it to attack a zombie dog that was covered in dead flesh. So, he turned around and ran. But at that moment, his body, which was rushing forward, suddenly came to a screeching halt. His head and neck leaned back, but his feet couldn't stop and slid forward, causing his body to suddenly fall backward. When he suddenly leaned his upper body backwards, a claw with a sharp cold light flashed past his chest, almost touching his neck. As soon as Lu Zhuofeng fell to the ground, he quickly rolled to the side to avoid it. After Lin Qiao's kick missed, he stood still and waved his hand. Lu Zhuofeng rolled to the side. Just as he was about to get up and run again, he suddenly found himself surrounded by black flames. When he saw it clearly, the black flames around him suddenly rose from the ground and gathered above him in the blink of an eye, quickly forming a black fire shield. Everything in front of him turned black, and he couldn't see anything. Lu Zhuofeng's heart tightened, and he used his superpower again. A tornado surrounded him and rushed upwards, quickly dispersing the black flames. But just as the darkness in front of him brightened, a claw pierced through his tornado wall and stabbed into his chest. Lu Zhuofeng instinctively took a step back, but he unconsciously used the box in front of his chest to block. Pooh! The claw immediately stabbed into the box. Lin Qiao forcefully swung the hand that was inserted into the box. Ding! Ping! The box was thrown out by her with such force, but the chain that connected the box to Lu Zhuofeng's hand broke. Lu Zhuofeng only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and at the same time, his hand became lighter. He felt something was wrong, and then he saw the metal box fly out. Before he could react, a sharp light flashed in front of him again. Lu Zhuofeng quickly stepped back and then saw the enemy in front of him. Your eyes. When Lu Zhuofeng saw Lin Qiao, he was suddenly shocked by her pair of eyes that had changed. It was different from the black and white eyes he saw before. This time, her eyes were filled with a deep black, without a trace of white. This was a zombie's eyes. Lin Chao didn't pay attention to him, and while he was distracted by her eyes, she suddenly rushed up and attacked Lu Zhuofeng again. He didn't expect that this woman's eyes would become like this. These were zombies' eyes. Was she a zombie? Or did she become a zombie not long ago? Lu Zhuofeng was distracted, so he didn't have time to block or avoid Lin Chao's attack. Poo, ping dash, he was kicked by a long leg, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body also flew out, and with a ping dash sound, he hit the tree. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.